Welcome to this year's 4th annual 360 Open Summit. I'm Graham Brookie, Director of the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab.
I'm Rose Jackson, the Director of DFRLab's new Democracy and Tech Initiative.
Over the years, 360 OS has grown to include more people in more places, with participants from over 70 countries. This is the most inclusive version that we've been able to have yet. It's also our 4th annual event, but in our 5th year. Here's a few of the reasons why.
Like every commercial aired since last March said, this year was unprecedented. Thinking through the array of events over the past year can be kind of dizzying. A global pandemic, the murder of George Floyd, spurring a summer of worldwide protests for accountability.
Historically devastating wildfires in Australia, and of course, murder hornets.
A coup in Myanmar.
Mass protests in Hong Kong.
US president twice impeached.
A Belarusian democratic uprising.
A Belarusian president forcing down a commercial airliner to forcibly remove a journalist.
The gutting of oil prices.
Some trade wars.
Maybe aliens.
Tiger King.
Brexit, but for real this time.
We had historically large farmers' protests in India.
The Ugandan government shuttering the internet.
The Ethiopian government shuttering the internet.
The Nigerian government banning Twitter.
The Indian government threatening to ban Twitter.
Cyber attacks on gas lines, meat producers, and just about, well, everything else.
A violent insurrection in the United States.
The assassination of Qasem Soleimani and escalations in the Middle East.
Stonks, whatever that was.
Kanye West ran for president of the United States.
Tom Hanks got COVID.
Tom Hanks also recovered from COVID.
That's fair. We also had the Beirut port explosion.
The passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Chadwick Boseman, Kobe Bryant, Alec Trebek, and close to 3.9 million people from COVID globally.
But we had multiple life-saving vaccines developed in under a year. We chose the theme, The World in Motion, to reflect the seismic shifts of the last year. COVID-19 hastened digitization and supercharged long-running trends that are upending the world.
It changed how we work and learn. It also upended decades of conventional wisdom about what is and is not changeable in our society.
It made many people question what governments can and should be able to provide. It brought home that there are fewer and fewer local problems that can be addressed without global solutions. We're in the middle of a massive global reordering. We don't know where it will go or what the world will look like, what a rising China means for the world, how the unequal availability of vaccines will impact recovery and opportunity in different countries.
Whether tech continues to bring people closer together and will help solve problems, or whether it will continue to drive divisions, and where power sits as private platforms become ubiquitous and democratic governments struggle to live up to the expectations of their citizens. Here in the United States, we have major flashpoints in disinformation fraying democratic institutions and online engagement accelerating to very real world violence, as we saw on January 6th.
We're talking about global trends and the crossroads between connective technologies and democracy. These trends affect everyone, and that means that the decisions we make right now together determine what kind of world we'll have for decades to come.
So what are we doing about it? We're gathering with experts, including journalists, researchers, government officials, and activists from across 6 continents. And we're getting together over the next 4 days for interactive lightning talks, policy discussions, keynotes, and workshops.
You'll hear about digital authoritarianism and repressive tech, the pandemic and corresponding infodemic, increasing online radicalization leading to extremism, and disinformation around the world.
You'll see panels about social media in conflict zones and war, citizen movements online, election integrity, the gaming industry, and the next big tech platforms.
We'll talk specific online harms and the universal rights they infringe upon, China's approach to tech in the world, and global regulatory efforts.
Past iterations of 360 Open Summit have focused on the fact that we're in a moment in history in which humans have more access to information and are more connected than ever before. And generally speaking, that's a good thing. But it comes with a couple bad things or negative externalities that we need to be able to solve for. Now we're talking about the dynamics between the technology that connects us and power. This is clearly a lot to do in just 4 days, and we've got a lot of work to do together over the next few days, weeks, and months in years to come, which is why last week we launched the DFRLab's new Democracy and Tech Initiative.
How we govern technology is the most urgent human rights challenge of our time. Our livelihoods, politics, our social interactions, they're mediated by platforms that have immense impact on whether the rights we expect in a democracy can exist online. With authoritarian countries putting forward a very clear and forceful vision for the digital world, it's essential that democracies find a common approach that ensures open societies sustain. And to do that means bringing together all sorts of communities that don't always work together, whether those focused on antitrust or privacy regulations, or human rights advocates focused on China and internet freedom. This new initiative will allow us to build trusted connections and drive meaningful policy change with many of you watching today.
In a few moments, we'll kick off the summit with our initiative launch event, an AC front page, Atlantic Council front page session with Katherine Maher, interviewed by Brandy Zrodny. But before we dive in, a few logistical notes to get you set up for the next few days.
360 OS is being held on the Atlantic Council's event platform called Socio, where you can watch the event, engage with the DFRLab, and others attending the summit. You can access some of the groundbreaking work that experts are discussing and view the agenda to pick and choose which sessions you'll join. It's truly interactive.
This is a conversation, and we encourage you to participate. Comment and share on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Always tag our handle at DFRLab, at the Atlantic Council, and be sure to use hashtag 360OS to stay up to date on all things 360 Open Summit, as well as engage online. It's my pleasure to introduce Fred Kemp, the president and CEO of the Atlantic Council, to get us started.
What a great opening, Rose and Graham. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our audience joining us from all around the world. I'm Fred Kemp, President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, and this may be the last tie you see in the next 4 days. I'm delighted to welcome you to Atlantic Council Front Page, our premier ideas platform for global leaders, for a special edition kicking off the Digital Forensic Research Lab's 360 Open Summit and marking the launch of the DFRLab's Democracy and Tech Initiative. As more of the world comes online, especially during COVID-19, we're forced to grapple with complex societal and geopolitical debates over the role of private industry and governments in governing the internet, the viability of human rights in digital spaces, and what these issues mean for the kind of world we get to live in. Connective technologies are ubiquitous in modern life and in the ways in which governments use, promote, and regulate them, and that is all central to the global order. As many nations embrace an increasingly forceful authoritarian approach to these issues, the need for a powerful, coherent, and actionable democratic approach has never been greater. At the Atlantic Council, our Digital Forensic Research Lab has been at the forefront of these issues, working across sectors to better understand, document, and confront online harms, build resilience, and develop a community of practice globally. Graham Brookie has been leading DFRLab brilliantly. The DFRLab's new Democracy and Tech Initiative, led by Rose Jackson, builds on the lab's established track record and leadership in the open source field, empowering global communities to promote transparency and accountability online and around the world. The initiative examines how the tech that connects and informs people is funded, how it is built, and how it is governed, and how that affects the viability of rights-respecting and democratic societies around the world. I'm delighted that we're able to host Katherine Maher to launch this significant initiative, Open 360 OS, and welcome her as well as a DFRLab non-resident senior fellow. Welcome on board, Katherine. Katherine just stepped down as Chief Executive Officer of the Wikimedia Foundation, which includes Wikipedia, the foundation's most prominent platform visited by more than 1 billion people each month from every corner of the earth. Its unique model of volunteer editors, multiple national, language, and other affiliate communities, and nonprofit status makes the platform a microcosm of the world. Katherine led this remarkable foundation through an unprecedented phase of growth, simultaneously fighting censorship efforts, combating rising threats to editors in more places, and stewarding the community through landmark debates over disinformation, harassment, copyright, and privacy. As the world grapples with how the internet should be governed and what responsible and rights-respecting technology can look like, this edition of Atlantic Council Front Page, #AC Front Page, will provide a unique window into how one of the most prominent female tech CEOs approached these challenges. Katherine, we're all looking forward to this conversation. Today's discussion will be moderated by Brandy Zadrozny, senior reporter with NBC News, who's at the cutting edge of journalism covering the internet, disinformation, and other online harms. Brandy has written definitive stories on the QAnon conspiracy, the propaganda outlet, the Epoch Times, and the profiteers behind the rising anti-vaccination movement and coronavirus misinformation online. Brandy, thank you so much for joining us today. We welcome the audience to engage and ask questions via the Zoom Q&A function or by tweeting at #AC Front Page. And with that, it is my pleasure to pass the stage to Brandy to kick off the conversation.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You know, I am a senior tech reporter for NBC News, but I wasn't always. In another life, in the early aughts, I used to be a school teacher and a librarian, and a big part of my job was to teach young people how to do research. That was, you know, how to find sources, how to cite, and very often that included the preaching of this commonly held belief at the time that no one serious should ever rely on Wikipedia. It was this online encyclopedia written and edited by these rando volunteers. And I'm just really pleased to admit that I was incredibly wrong, and the rest of the world has too. So Fred, you did a great job of setting that up. And so I won't talk about all the great things that Wikipedia means to so many people around the globe, but I feel really lucky to be sitting here virtually with Katherine Maher, until very recently, again, CEO of Wikimedia. So Katherine, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I'm thrilled to speak to a former librarian and educator. This is exactly who should be in conversation with.
Okay, so let's start this off and talk about trust. I work in an industry that is really experiencing this dire level of public trust, and that's pretty close to the public polling of levels of trust people have for most tech platforms. So, but people do trust Wikipedia. So how did y'all do that? And what lessons can the rest of us learn from that?
I think one of the really interesting things about Wikipedia is that it started from a position that it needed to earn trust rather than having institutional trust. If we look around institutions today, whether institutions of the media or institutions of governance or institutions of the policy world, they sort of come to the public with an expectation that because of their place and their prestige that they should be trusted. Wikipedia, as we already heard, was a scrappy bunch of upstarts who needed to prove their place. And I think that that really has created a sense of humility within the the Wikipedia community and organization around, we're constantly trying to get better. We're very much public about the fact that we're a work in progress, and invites the public in to say, when we get things wrong, we actually very much appreciate you pointing that out to us. In fact, could you join us in improving the platform as a whole? I think that that is a very unusual posture, and perhaps one of the things that institutions more broadly should be looking to emulate as we think about this conversation around how to really serve the public in a way that builds that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really interesting thought, because like whether it's the media or Facebook or any of the other big platforms, there is a large gate keeping people out in a lot of ways. And Wikipedia was, has the spirit of the open internet, of the beginning of the promise of the internet, where everybody is invited, even if it's not always the most welcoming platform, as you have been working on in the last couple of years. And we'll talk about that too. I just want to talk about, I want to frame things with the frame of rights for a second, because I think we hear a lot about freedom and rights right now. And particularly that debate has been framed, at least in the States and in Western countries, around the freedom of speech, right? And expression online. It revolves around whether moderation of speech or algorithmic amplification or quieting violates a person's freedom. And Wikipedia isn't immune to that debate, right? In its own ways, it amplifies voices and points of view at the exclusion of others. So what are your thoughts about this current fight that's been the subject of congressional hearings and Facebook Oversight Board decisions? How are you thinking these days about the concept of freedom online?
Yeah, it is a very complicated conversation, certainly more so than we started having it maybe 15, 20 years ago. I think that what we look at with Wikipedia is that it is a very different platform. It is a purpose-driven platform rather than an expression platform. I think as we look at social media broadly, the solution sets around how we address questions of governance, questions of content integrity, questions of anti-harassment, for example, are really going to need to be tailored to the purpose of those platforms. One of the things that I think is useful is to see sort of how we are transitioning from a conversation around how do we just simply transpose this idea that online rights are human rights. There's no distinction. I think this was very much the sort of Clinton State Department understanding of rights in the digital space, to an understanding that actually we've never really thought about rights at the scale of a network of 3 billion people, and what our norms and expectations are, and whether traditional structures of governance can really meet this moment. The platforms that I'm having a conversation with are really looking at what might we need to do to fundamentally rethink the concept of governance at scale that is representative in a way that sort of suits the needs of the platforms, while also respecting rights in a way that doesn't that isn't impractical to be able to apply at the scale of 3 billion people. So in the context of Wikipedia, for example, we think a lot about the right to knowledge as being just as important as the right to expression. Wikipedia isn't a free expression platform. It really is about creating content that people can have confidence in, that they can use to make determinations in their lives. And so that right to have access to high integrity content often sort of trumps the right to speech. And that's sort of a test and a balance that I think, more and more we're going to need to be able to explore in platforms in an open way, as opposed to an absolutist determination of sort of hierarchical rights ranking.
I think that's really interesting, because what you're saying there is what I think about a lot. And it's in terms of like, does an organization have a North Star? So when you always have something to point to and say, does this further our mission of, providing knowledge to the world, or gathering all the knowledge together in one place? Like, I think when you always have that North Star to point to, it's easy to make decisions based on that, right? And I think a lot of the other platforms, the struggles that they're having really come out of the fact that there's no ultimate guiding North Star or overarching spirit to the platform. It's just about growth and scale. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I think that's very right. And I think that's where some of these platforms are having significant challenges. I think some are actually better positioned to take this on than others. But if we look at sort of the structure of the platform decisions, the product decisions, the policy decisions that have gotten us to where we are, the primary imperative has been, as you pointed out, scale, market acquisition, time on site. And none of those have really given sort of the checks and balances, if you think of that in sort of a way that is analogous to the way that we think of checks and balances in sort of the offline governance space. None of that has really built in the checks and balances that are essential to do sort of small groupings, understanding what community norms are at the scale of 3 billion, as I mentioned earlier, whether that's in privacy or speech or sort of community standards. And it really feels to me as though it is an opportunity for us to think about, as we're in this sort of transitional moment, some of these legacy social media platforms, some of these upstart social media platforms, is, it's not about gatekeeping, but it is really about what are the moments and markers that we understand sort of how practices of expression and interaction are working for communities that are seeking to grow so large.
So let's talk a little bit more about rights. When we talk about rights, you sort of alluded to this before, it really means different things to different people, depending on who is demanding those rights and where that person lives in the world, right? And the truth is that these conversations are really focused often on North America. A lot of that is the fault of me and journalists like me, but equal access to a shared body of knowledge is a really radical idea in many parts of the world. So I'd love to ask you about how you operate in those places, specifically because a lot of platforms have been in the news lately because they have a habit of appeasement. Places like India, Israel have been in the news lately, but also Russia, Vietnam, Myanmar, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So how did Wikipedia navigate similar challenges, or how did they resist demands from state regulators and censors? How did you navigate that space?
Yeah, I love that you use the term radical. I always talk about free knowledge is radical. If you don't live in an environment in which you have access to free expression or access to free information as sort of as a default standard, something like a free encyclopedia is fundamentally transformative in all sorts of ways, politically, economically, and that actually can be quite threatening to many governments around the world. And one of the things that we dealt with often at Wikipedia is really thinking about how do we protect the people who participate, how do we protect the privacy of people who read. One of the ways in which we did this was we were very intentional in actually building the platform architecture so that we couldn't take content down. There was no technical solution to be able to selectively censor in one country or another. That was simply an impossibility. If content was going to be removed, it was going to be removed universally, which meant that we had a very compelling argument to say, we're just not removing content. We'll have a conversation around community standards with the editing community if something is inaccurate. But by and large, when a government would come to us and say, we'd like to take this down, it was actually just an argument for us to improve the content. So for example, at one point we got a notice from the Russian regulators. They had an objection to an article about marijuana in Russian. The community responded to that and said, you're right, there are these sort of drug laws in Russia, but marijuana has a chemical compound, it's THC. Let's really lean into that and make that article much more robust around sort of what the nature of the botany of this plant is. What is the chemical function of something like the chemical compound of THC? And overall, the article was improved so significantly, as well as concurrently public pressure in response to that regulator's decision from the Russian public, which are one of the most active readers of Wikipedia in terms of overall markets, that is one way that we navigated some of that pressure. Another way that we really thought about this was, so beyond the platform architecture, was we didn't put people in countries where we knew that there was going to be the opportunity for governments to use them as brokers and pawns. So in 2016, I believe it was, the Turkish government sent us a takedown notice asking us to remove 2 pages that they did not appreciate references to President Erdogan and his family and their involvement in the Syrian civil war or as a state sponsor of terrorism. We said this information is completely accurate. It has been well reported by UN agencies, by the BBC, you name it. We're not removing this. And Turkey went ahead and censored us for 2.5 years. We fought that all the way through the Turkish Supreme Court. We won in that battle after 2.5 years. We're still continuing to fight that in the European Court of Human Rights. But in the meantime, one of the reasons we were able to both let that market to be censored was, and continue to fight this fight, was we didn't have assets on the ground. We didn't have people who were going to be at risk. We were able to protect our editing community's privacy because we had invested very heavily in ensuring the security of our platforms and the security of their identities. and because we were a nonprofit organization, we could take the hit for those 80 million people. Now, did we want to be not accessible in Turkey? Absolutely not. This is part of our mission. We wanted to ensure that free information was available. It's a critical resource for people living in Turkey. And yet we knew if we ever took content down and bowed to political pressure, it would just be that slippery slope argument all the way around the world. And how could you ever really consider what you could trust on Wikipedia again? And so really thinking about sort of our jurisdictional outlay, where we had people on the ground, where our servers are located, what our platform was designed to do, has been one of the ways of making ourselves very censorship resilient, and also, just not having that data so that governments can't come after us or our people.
I love that. Let's talk about.
We stole that last one from libraries. Librarians they don't track the records of what people take out. There's a lot of interesting sort of U.S. constitutional precedent around this, but one of the things that we do is we don't track any of our users precisely, so that no one can come after us and say, what is someone looking at in Belarus? What is someone looking at in India? Can we have that data in order to go identify them? And certainly we've been subject to those requests.
Yeah, I think that also, that there's an ethos that drives the library, which is public service. Like at the very heart of it, it is about public service and knowledge and providing a service to anyone who needs it, whether that's a child who needs a children's book or someone who needs to, borrow a rake in Vermont Public Library, which lent out gardening tools. I mean, it's what every user needs. And I really appreciate that. And I think it shares an ethos with Wikipedia that I appreciate. But I want to talk a little bit about what you just sort of stated as part of your power, which came from your funding model. And I think that the internet, as most people experience it, is through social media, and that's generally been entrusted to the free market. This idea that the best information will flow to the top, and that information will be collected, organized, and then offered back up to users in the furtherance of a goal, which is profit, right? And that model incentivizes lots of unhealthy behaviors by users, and it certainly incentivizes predatory behaviors from platforms, whether that's dealing with your privacy or your data, or having you spend more time on site with increasingly polarized opinions. But Wikipedia is a nonprofit. So I wonder, and I have an idea, but do you think that that's a fundamental ingredient to Wikipedia's mission and its success in fulfilling that mission? And if it is, do you think it's even possible for a for-profit tech company to create a community for the public good?
Yeah, so I do think it's absolutely essential to Wikipedia's success on a number of levels. Number one, as I said, we didn't have a market incentive. So we were able to make decisions that are really about the long term. Over the course of multiple years, we can make investments knowing, for example, that we're not going to be able to turn a profit on ad sales by going and really investing in indigenous African languages. But that's fine. That's not our goal. Our goal is free knowledge for the world. And we can offset that by really leaning on asking for support in mature, rich markets, wealthy markets for donations. And very often people are very happy to do that because they see themselves as part of contributing to this broader social mission. So that is obviously really important. As I mentioned earlier, when we are censored in a place like Turkey, it's 80 million people. That would be a hard hit for somebody that is running a for-profit organization. For us, that was just a question of principles and values. We're not going to bend to censorship. But I also think that there are other ways in which this is sort of under the radar, very important in terms of thinking about content integrity. If we had a model by which we needed to sell you ads or engage you to stay on page for a longer period of time, we would be incentivized to show you all sorts of different types of information, to think about what that user journey is as you're learning about something that you're interested in, to redirect you to something that's more profitable, away from something that's a little bit perhaps more esoteric. In saying that all content is neutral, all information is equally valid. I don't care if you're reading about pop stars or philosophy. It really changes the way in which we approach the product. It really changes the way in which we're able to serve our readers. And I think that your opening conversation about trust is fundamental and critical. By asking volunteers to edit, but also by asking people to volunteer donations, it's giving them a stake and an agency in this product. I used to go and travel around the world to see members of our communities. I remember speaking to someone in Chile who told me, it's incredibly important that Chileans are the #1 contributors to Wikipedia in South America, because it means that this is ours too. This isn't something that's owned out of the United States. This is something that we all have a stake in. Now, transitioning, can for-profit tech companies do something like this? Absolutely. I heard in the opening speech someone referenced this idea of externalities and the friction of externalities that occur through large social media platforms. What are the sort of harms that are externalized from their product and from their networks? One of the conversations that I've been having with these larger social media platforms is you already have tremendously high friction, high cost externalities to your products. You're dealing with how, the response to regulators who are frustrated, very often rightfully so, with sort of your lack of responsiveness to democratic norms, to lack of responsiveness to being able to be governed by under any particular jurisdiction. You're dealing with PR harms relative to people's confidence and trust because you keep sort of screwing things up in public. And going back on what you said, one of the ways in which I think social media platforms or tech giants as a whole could really address some of these challenges is by taking on models that really bring individuals into thinking about the setting of policies for content, content questions of integrity, truth, and the sort of the nature of what community standards actually are. Same thing goes true for sort of harassment and violent behaviors against women and minorities online. It is expensive. It is hard. It takes multiple years to set up, but I don't believe that those costs, in fact, I know that those costs are not significantly greater than what is already being expended by these companies to manage their reputations and to manage the sort of regulatory environment. And in fact, the end outcome is something that is going to make the product stronger and more serviceable to a broader number of people that is more aligned with what we've been talking about from the beginning of this conversation, which is human rights, civil rights, and pluralistic flourishing societies. So yeah, I absolutely think it's possible. I do think it requires a degree of appetite for doing something that hasn't been done before. But then again, nothing like these platforms has existed previously. And perhaps we are in this moment of paradigmatic shift where we really have to think very differently.
Yeah, let's see. I like your optimism, though. I do.
I want to say it's actually not optimism. I think that, as I said, this is really hard. There are not easy solutions to this, but I think that we've run into a series of walls here where the sort of easy solutions or the quick fixes have not proven to be functional, and the negative harms to our societies are manifest. We are, in this sort of moment of pause, I think, here in the United States, but we're going to be back in an election cycle in just a few months' time, really, and all of this is going to come right back out to the fore. So I want to say I'm actually sort of a pragmatic optimist, but what I'd like to say is I think that sometimes you have to be ambitious and take on things that are seemingly implausible. Wikipedia wouldn't exist if we hadn't tried that.
Okay, so now that you mentioned the upcoming election, excuse me, let's talk about disinformation, and that's really the thing that I report on most. So I report a lot about disinformation and misinformation, and I don't report a lot on Wikipedia. And I think that that's those two things go hand in hand, right? Outside of, there are a few notable exceptions from state actors and PR shops trying to manage reputations, but Wikipedia just isn't known for being a hub of mis and disinformation, which is pretty insane when you think about it, because what better way to skew the narrative or spread misinformation and disinformation than by attacking the world's encyclopedia? So that's pretty interesting and exciting, but 2020 was really something else. Obviously, we had the pandemic and confusion over what we were supposed to do and how we were supposed to respond, both medically and socially. And then we had, you had a just energized contingent of anti-vaxxers that were really dying to influence the conversation. And then, you also had the election, which was just rife with misinformation and disinformation and just a real threat to democracy, actually. So I think it's fair to say, and you might think I'm wrong here, and I'm willing to be corrected, but that the largest and most influential platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, that they overall failed when it came to keeping their spaces free of this junk. Were there threats to Wikipedia in terms of mis and disinformation? And did Wikipedia, as it seems to me, really make it through unscathed? And if so, how?
Yeah, I mean, I would never sit here and say that there was no misinformation or disinformation on Wikipedia. I think that I started by saying, why is Wikipedia trusted? We have the humility to admit we're work in progress. What I would say is that we took a very active approach to disinformation and misinformation coming into not just the last election, but also looking at how we supported our editing community in an unprecedented moment where we were not only dealing with the global pandemic, we were dealing with a novel virus, which by definition means we knew nothing about it in real time. And we're trying to figure it out as the pandemic went along. And so we really set up in response to both the pandemic, but also in response to the upcoming US election and as a model for future elections outside of the US, including a number that are happening this year, we just obviously went through yet another Israeli election. The model was around how do we create sort of a clearinghouse of information that brings the institution of the Wikimedia Foundation with the editing community in order to be able to identify threats early on through conversations with government, of course, as well as other platform operators to understand sort of what the landscape looks like. It's important to understand that in the disinformation space, people don't view individual platforms, they view the whole space as a domain in which individual platforms play off of each other. So Wikipedia was often used or would attempt to be used as a reference source that could then be shared in other spaces to buttress arguments. And those spaces were often not like the Facebooks of the world. They would be instead the 4chans of the world or the Reddits of the world in which people were having conversations. And so just a different sort of function of the disinformation landscape. The way in which we addressed this was sharing that information with our editing community. I think Wikipedia is very unusual in that, unlike other platforms, its entire business model for the last 20 years has been about really not perfecting, but strengthening the process of how to get to good information from a sea of sort of diffuse, undifferentiated sources. And so what that means is that the editing community has a very high sort of scrutiny on what constitutes a reliable source. There are clear practices in place about if you're editing on a sensitive topic, such as medical information or a biography of an individual or an upcoming political event or a breaking news story, around what constitutes something that's reliable enough to go into that, and protections about who can actually contribute. So you can't just be sort of a new random individual or what we would think of as like a sock puppet, which is an influence campaign, to be able to contribute to that. And of course, the best part of it all is that you can lock or undo any change to a Wikipedia article as soon as it essentially happens, which means that, if there is a disputed event that is taking place, that article can be can sort of sit in a moment of stasis until that dispute is unwound. And so these are some of the protections that occurred to prevent Wikipedia from really sort of sliding down that rabbit hole of disinformation. I think it worked fairly well. And I think that there are things that can be learned from the way that the editing community approaches that in order for us to sort of take that to other platforms and really think about how to increase sort of the visibility and the scrutiny of content and content policies overall.
So we have some questions coming in, but I have one more question that I'm really curious about, and then I'll let everybody else weigh in. I just want to ask you about labor really quickly, because we're at this moment where we're thinking as everyone, we're just thinking about who fuels the things that we use and the systems that we benefit from, like who's doing the backbreaking work here. And we're talking about physical labor, but also digital labor, right? And specifically, the labor that powers and polices websites. I think about groups on Facebook, admins that spend all day sometimes just like looking through these comments and trying to be a good steward of information there. I think of subreddits, I think of Nextdoor, all varying degrees of good jobs on these platforms by admins. But how do you think about the digital labor of editors at Wikipedia? What are the ethics of some that people might consider exploitation of unpaid workers, really, even though it's very clear that people who are very active on Wikipedia love it, right? Like that's why they do it. There's a real joy there and a real just mission there, and it's theirs and it belongs to them. But how do we balance that with also caring about the people who are powering and keeping our websites running?
Yeah, I do absolutely agree that the people who contribute to Wikipedia do it because they love it. That is what we see time and time again. However, one of the things that means is that that is because they prioritize that time. It's because they have the free time to do it. It's because they're in a socioeconomic status that enables them to have that leisure time. And I think that that's so critically important. I don't want to compare Wikipedia editors to essential workers that, were on the front lines during the pandemic and who were at risk of physical harm. But there is no question that we saw burnout and exhaustion in the editing communities, managing these front lines of waves of disinformation, waves of new information. And that really did raise questions about the sustainability of something that relies on volunteer labor. So that was an active conversation for us over the course of the past year. Now, adding to that, and it's something we haven't talked about yet, is who constructs information. Comes back to this: who has the leisure time to do it? And everybody who just takes a step into Wikipedia knows that it is primarily men who contribute to Wikipedia. It's about 85% male. And there are significant gaps in terms of coverage of women, minorities, people from the global South, minority languages, anyone who's part of a group that has been historically marginalized or excluded. You're going to see a gap on Wikipedia about that content. You're also going to see a relative deficit of folks from those communities editing Wikipedia. Now, there's many reasons for this, but there's no question in my mind that part of this is because volunteer labor is not something that is equally, volunteer opportunities are not something that is equally available to everyone. And so as we've been really pushing over the course of the last few years under my leadership to think about what does it mean, what are our obligations, what's our mission commitment to folks in emerging markets, folks that have been historically underserved, one of the big questions is it time to actually pay people to participate? Now, I'm going to come down and say controversially, I actually think that participating as an administrative function in any of those forums you just mentioned, or something like Wikipedia, it may be time to really think about what does a model of compensation look like in order for us to be able to redress some of the exclusion that we've seen over time. And overall, if we are able to bring more people in as contributors in various different functions, paid roles and unpaid roles, what have you, and do so in a way that doesn't create sort of its own complications in terms of incentive structures that could be really harmful. And I recognize that's a big challenge. The net benefit to having a more representative body of knowledge, one that, whether that's on Wikipedia or off Wikipedia, is a fundamental benefit to all of us in society here today, right? The more representative our knowledge is, the better our data is, the more that it is truly encompassing and reflective of all lived experiences, the better my understanding of the world is going to be, the better I'm going to feel like I participate in that body of knowledge, the more agency that I'm going to have as an informed citizen. And you know, that's, if we're talking about open and pluralistic societies, an informed citizenry is a foundation of that.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some of these questions that I've got because they're super interesting. Do you think that the lack of online user interaction features like liking, resharing, commenting on Wikipedia contributed to it being a disinformation-free platform?
Yeah, I think that there's no question that some of the incentive structures for stickiness, sharing, contributions, we talk about it as sort of intrinsic versus extrinsic motivations. Intrinsic, like, I really like participating. Extrinsic, someone tells me that I did a good job, right? I do think that that makes a difference. I do also want to point out, though, there's this perception that Wikipedia is not a social platform. That's just fundamentally not true. You know, the more edits you contribute, the more work you do, the more sort of internal cred you get within that community. It's just not as visibilized to readers. But yeah, I mean, I think that made a big difference, and I think it's part of what makes the model work.
So on models, funding, and costs behind technology and industry and the impact that it's had on the content, you said it's possible for companies to address the negative harms. Should this shift, and this is a really good question for where we are today, because I think we're going to have a lot of these stakeholders watching, should this shift come from within the industry or come from the government side, a combination, civil society, another authority? Where are the solutions going to be found?
Yeah, I'm here to say multi-stakeholder always. I think that civil society has certainly been doing their part, and some of the most influential conversations that happen behind closed doors are often with civil society holding these platforms to account. It's important that, I mean, they happen outside of closed doors too, but often the more effective ones happen in closed doors where you can really have the give and take. I do think that platforms have an opportunity to step up here and to really be more experimental. I have my criticisms, for example, about the Facebook oversight board, but you know, $130+ million commitment to really trying to rethink what governance looks like is not an unsubstantial commitment, and I'd like to see some, you know, more bold efforts along those lines. Some of them are going to fail, some of them are going to be successful. We're all going to end up with egg in our face, but it certainly feels like it's a better step forward than sort of sticking with the status quo. On the side of governmental regulation, the number one challenge here that we see and is, of course, the First Amendment in the United States is a fairly robust protection of rights, and that is a protection of rights both for platforms, which I actually think is very important, that platforms have those rights to be able to regulate what kind of content they want on their sites. But it also means that it is a little bit tricky to really address some of the real challenges of where does bad information come from, and sort of the influence peddlers who have made a real market economy around it. So I think that there are interventions, things like political ad regulation, advertising, the sort of dark space of click-based advertising writ large are real opportunities in that space. But in the sort of general sort of media speech space, I think that is really tricky, and we don't have a lot of good theorizing around what would work there.
Let me ask you, I'm really interested in this one. Do you think editing communities would work for social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter? And how would you envision that working if so? And I just want to add, I was really excited about Twitter's Birdwatch platform, and it was sort of borrowed from the best of Wikipedia and the best of Reddit, and it had big promises. And I've been feeling, as I've been watching, a little let down. So I'm wondering what you think about possibly that, but generally how you could apply Wikipedia's editing feature to the rest of the social web.
Yeah, I was excited about Birdwatch too, but I felt like from a product standpoint, it was unlikely to be successful. There was no closed feedback. There was no closed loop. So closed loop system, and sort of the idea of computer science, or really any systems design, is that, you have inputs to the system, you have an outcome, the outcome informs the inputs, and really, what works is then is built in, and what doesn't work is sort of discarded, and the system continues to evolve. Birdwatch was essentially an external site. It's very useful, perhaps, and interesting from an academic standpoint to be able to have that annotation or understanding of what kind of disinformation is shared, but it wasn't actually informing my experience as a user of Twitter, and it didn't seem like it was informing product design in terms of the ways in which Twitter continued to evolve as a platform. So, like, a good first step, I'm not going to say that it wasn't. I'm glad Twitter did it, but it didn't seem to me as though it was structurally set up to be successful. But hey, it's a pilot. Maybe they're learning from it and going to continue to iterate. I certainly don't want to, discourage that. I think that one thing that is true of Twitter that makes it slightly different, and I'm actually going to come out and say I think Facebook might have an advantage here, is that Twitter is fundamentally an expression platform. It is not a community. There are intra-Twitter communities, there's Black Twitter, there's journalism Twitter, and they have their own sort of norms that have evolved over time, but those norms have somewhat addressed product. Overall, Twitter is not a community. Facebook is intergroups and communities, and I feel like there's much greater opportunity there for those groups to create some approaches to what content integrity norms actually look like on that site, in ways that is responsive to all sorts of different questions, human rights questions, or community norms questions, community standards questions. Now, I think, and there is sort of an interesting conversation about how that matches up at the global level and is applied at scale, but still, I think that there's some good space for exploration there. So yeah, I mean, as I said, nothing's working now. Might as well continue to try new things.
Yeah, I'm interested in that idea of scale too, because I've heard it several times. It's what everybody talks about, but now, for a while it was used as a goal, but recently with it's almost like a dirty word in lots of responsible tech circles. Too big. If you get too big, right, you're going to fail to host the communities or stop disinformation or stop harassment. Just be responsible. I guess, do you feel that way? Do you feel like nothing that could scale to a global audience can ever be, I don't know, do you think that that's inherently dangerous? Just the idea of scale in and of itself necessarily is just a danger zone?
So yes and no. I think that scale at the size of a singular product is dangerous. And if you think about this, like, there's this whole idea of this mythical median individual, right? And there's all sorts of interesting stories about how, like, when designing fighter jets and trying to build ejection seats, and you sort of take the median of all measurements of a human body and you build an ejection seat, and then it doesn't work because nobody actually is that median. Like, people are short, people are tall, people are heavy, people are light. when we build product to be sort of this mythical medium that meets everyone's need and then try to apply that at scale or policies at scale to the size, I'm just gonna say again, 3 billion people, about half the world is connected, it does not work. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't build products that serve that number of people. We serve at Wikipedia, we served 1 billion people every single month, but nothing about the platform was really about scale. It was the opposite of scale, which makes it very challenging for engineers to be able to work on it, which is, you know, why we invested so heavily in engineers at the foundation. But what it does mean is that every single decision is really an individualized decision. Every content decision is made at the level of that edit. Every policy decision is made at the review of a specific line, interpreted against sort of a body of policies that apply in different contexts, because you're going to have different considerations for 18th century or 16th century Islamic art versus current breaking news events, right? And so the idea of trying to scale to the size of the entire network and govern at the scale of the network, I think is an implausibility. And here's my sort of like pop history reason why. All of our norms of governance emerged at the level of our communities. We used to live in villages, we used to walk around the corner, we used to have sort of understandings of what privacy meant in that context, what expression meant when we were standing in the public square. And over time, we codified that into laws, into regulation, through decisions. And it took us literally centuries to be able to come up with the systems that work today. And I don't think anyone is saying that they work perfectly, right? Like they're still open for revision in many ways. Democracy, the worst form, except for all the others, right? So the innate idea that we could have figured out what governance at the edge network of 3 billion looks like over the course of basically 30 years, maybe even 20, seems like a ridiculous telescoping of the ways in which norms evolve in human civilization and societies. I don't even know what I want privacy to look like at the scale of 3 billion for myself. And so I think that that's a really important sort of starting point, is to say, actually, how can we chunk this down a little bit more in order to be able to be responsive to the very specific problems that we're having, whether that's looking at some of the questions that are coming out of India around freedom of expression, understanding of some of the unique problems that folks who are in the caste activism community are addressing, whether that's conversations around climate misinformation. How do we chunk that down a little bit smaller and then assess within that context what that means against sort of our normative understanding of human and civil rights?
So let me ask you one more question from the audience, because there are many. I think we could keep talking for a much longer time. But okay, so Wikipedia is famous for regulating editors' community, for its self-regulating editors' community. And this says, do you know? But did the leaders of Wikipedia know? And did you even imagine in 2016 that a community-driven content management would be effective when Wikipedia was launched and then when you joined? Do you still think that a platform can maintain its content quality by relying on all volunteer editors community? And this is, you sort of got to this in labor, but I'd like to hear more.
I mean, Wikipedia is the happiest accident perhaps that the world has known, right? Like nobody thought it was going to be this successful, including our founder, Jimmy Wells, the first to tell you that. We're all joyful that it is, and it's one of the responsibilities of, I think, everyone who works within the community as a volunteer or as a paid employee to really think about what stewardship means for the next 20, next 40, next 60 years, because none of us view this as sort of like a quick win, right? Do I think that it is sustainable? I do, as I mentioned earlier, I think that there are real challenges relative to sort of this question of representation and who gets to participate. But overall, having a governance model that is participatory and volunteer-driven and highly porous, in which anyone can be a part of, I think is absolutely essential to the long-term stewardship of a project like Wikipedia. I would never want to see it sort of codified or ossified into a pure sort of paid understanding of responsibility at the governance level, at the board level, what have you. It is much more akin to the ways in which representative democracy works, or maybe a better model might be a co-op model in which people do all have a voice. And I think that is essential for what Wikipedia essentially is, which is meant to be a public good. Knowledge is a public trust. It doesn't belong to any of us, it belongs to all of us. And to the extent that Wikipedia plays a fundamental, epistemological backbone of the internet role, that really should be something in which we all feel like we have agency and a role.
Just really quickly, I think we talk a lot about platforms getting new features and rolling out new bells and whistles. And Wikipedia has always seemed basically the same, a reliable source of information. It's an encyclopedia, like it is what it is. Are there pressures to expand Wikipedia to be something else, to be something extra for their community, or not even pressures, but are there plans? Is there some great new plan that will even expand the world's knowledge in some way planned for Wikipedia?
Absolutely. So first of all, Wikipedia has changed a lot if you go back and look at 2001, but it has changed in ways that have been very intentionally incremental because we need to be available to people, whether you're on a dial-up connection running Microsoft Internet Explorer 6, which some people still run, and still able to load relatively quickly, still be able to access whatever it is that you need, that you're looking for. And so that lightweight sort of interface is very intentional, and it is actually a performance issue, it's a security issue, it's by design, so that you can get the information that you need and get out of there. But to the extent that what Wikipedia is thinking about for the future, my vision of what Wikipedia can and should be is what I said earlier, the epistemological backbone of the internet. There are no other sources of high quality information that so many people rely on in so many languages as sort of an omnibus place to just find out context about the world, history about the world. Certainly there's room for improvement. There's a lot that's missing in it, but has become the de facto place. The way that we have been looking to address this is really by thinking of ourselves less as a website and more as a body of data that can and should be able to be reused and across multiple different experiences. So when you talk to a voice assistant, which is a hugely beneficial assistive technology for folks with disabilities or folks who are second language learners, lower literacy, a lot of the answers today come from Wikipedia. And so we should be investing in languages there that are underserved currently. When we think about the future of what information seeking looks like, I'm going to tell you, it's not going to, well, the web is always going to be there, but it's going to diminish as a percentage of our overall information seeking environment. So building really robust APIs and endpoints to be able to utilize that data, structure that data, that's going to be a huge part of the future of Wikipedia. The design of apps and things like that, always good, but really thinking much more structurally at this point about what 20 years down the line looks like.
Again, I could keep talking to you all day. I think this is so fascinating, and I just really appreciate your time and your work to expand the body of knowledge for us all. And I hope some of these solutions can make its way to the other platforms and the rest of the internet. Thank you so much, Katherine.
Thank you so much, Randy. I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Katherine and Brandy, for kicking off 360 OS with such a fascinating and timely conversation. We're going to turn now to focus on a topic that looks at what happens when things go wrong online. You're about to hear from DFRLab resident fellow Jared Holt, who will be presenting a lightning talk documenting the events of January 6th. This body of work began a year before insurrectionists stormed the US Capitol. It showed clear coordination across a myriad of groups online and illuminated the disturbing relationship between disinformation, radicalization, and eventual violent extremism. Jared is one of the leading scholars studying online extremism in the United States. And so with that, I will pass to Jared.
Thank you, Rose. A lot of us probably remember where we were when a group of thousands of people comprised of both Trump's most fervent supporters and also organized extremist groups surrounded the US Capitol building on January 6th, 2021. That's because most of us were holed up in our homes. I know I was, at least. I never thought I'd watch something like that play out while wearing sweatpants, but the year has been atypical, to say the least. Thank you for joining us for this year's 360 Open Summit. My name's Jared Holt. I'm a resident fellow at the DFRLab, where I study domestic extremism in the United States. I've been, well, busy. What happened on January 6th, the breaching of the doors, the attacks against police officers, the chants of hang Mike Pence, and the trespass into the halls of Congress was the end product of disinformation and misinformation campaigns that had steeped in plain view online on many of the social media platforms we all enjoy using every day. And they did so for months before and after the election. The goal of this campaign, which called itself Stop the Steal, was to sow doubt in the integrity of voting in the United States, specifically where vote counts were close and where large populations of non-white people live. It often went further, questioning and rejecting the processes of democracy themselves, like ballot counting, for example. This campaign received both explicit and tacit endorsements from some of the nation's top traders in Republican Party political power, including then President Trump himself. After the attack on the Capitol, the DFRLab did what we do best. We got on our computers and, using research skills rivaling that of a scorned ex-lover, strung together the story of what happened that day. Our findings tell a harrowing tale of a perfect storm unleashing havoc and coming inches away from harm even more deadly and more consequential than what happened. All things considered, I'm not sure we really appreciate how lucky we were that day that things weren't worse. Ultimately, the attempt at insurrection was unsuccessful, but it certainly wasn't for a lack of effort. Stop the Steal was the banner under which the Capitol attack came to fruition. In 2016, the phrase was used to prepare campaigns that would defend Trump's Republican Party nomination for president from would-be challengers, and later to prepare to contest what many thought would be a victory from Hillary Clinton in 2016 that never materialized. The phrase flared up again in 2018, that time focused on Florida and its close gubernatorial and Senate contests that year. In 2020, associates and proteges of longtime Trump associate and confidant Roger Stone, including several who assisted in prior Stop the Steal efforts like Jack Posobiec here, revamped the phrase to organize a nationwide protest movement that sought to pressure state and federal officials to overturn the results of the 2020 election. From the very beginning, the plan was to swarm vote counting locations. This was not a secret. They were shouting their plans into digital megaphones. In the run-up to Election Day in the US, conspiracy theorists and blogs that are notorious for pro-Trump slanted misinformation attempted to seed doubt about the integrity of the 2020 election. These actors would hype instances that they claimed showed foul play in the voting process. I should note that almost all of these would-be smoking guns would later turn out to be based on misunderstandings, miscommunications, bad faith political spin, and sometimes outright false information. But the lies sank too deep, and they confirmed what the audience was then primed to believe, that the results of the election, should Trump lose, would be illegitimate, and that a shadowy network of nonprofits, government officials, and intelligence officials would be to blame. This boiled in the background up until the election for months. Within days of the 2020 election, political organizing groups made Stop the Steal catch fire. Several involved groups were flush with cash and influence, and some maintained existing digital organizing infrastructures that were tried and proven by anti-COVID lockdown protests earlier that year. It enabled them to reach hundreds of thousands of people at a moment's notice. The organizers built out Facebook groups and event pages and got to work organizing rallies all across the United States. Every weekend, they hosted events at vote counting centers and state capitol buildings, demanding that the election process be altered so that Trump would not be found the loser. At some places, protesters chanted, "Count the votes." In other places, they chanted, "Stop the count." But I swear, if you try to make logical sense out of disinformation, you'll drive yourself mad. So let's keep going. One of the first Stop the Steal rallies took place in Arizona outside a building where votes were being counted. In the crowd were extremists and conspiracy theorists, and notably, a sitting member of Congress who represented the state. The rally also attracted several armed individuals, including armed supporters of the so-called Boogaloo movement, which centers on an ideology of imagined future mass violence. From the beginning, violent extremist movements were paying attention and attending Stop the Steal movement events. They did so, and their participation never received earnest discouragement. It was evident that the Stop the Steal movement was courting radical elements and therefore had the potential for some immediate trouble. While this was playing out on the ground, a broader network of pro-Trump figures were pushing Stop the Steal narratives on the internet, and they were pushing it hard. It dominated the right-wing digital zeitgeist for weeks and months on end. Something important to consider, even when these outlandish and dangerous claims circulate, is what potential byproducts of those ideas produce when they create true believers. Conspiracy worldviews and extremist rhetoric might just seem like another piece of litter on a filthy digital superhighway, but toxic ideas can produce bad consequences. Within weeks of the Stop the Steal campaign's big launch, hate groups and conspiracy theorists joined in on calls for a protest in Washington, D.C. on November 14th. They would do the same thing a month later in December. At both protests, they received visits from then President Trump, whose motorcade passed in November and who flew overhead on Marine One in December. In hindsight, these can be seen as dry runs for what would transpire on a larger scale on January 6th. At both, extremist groups took to streets at night to spar with counter-protesters. There were stabbings and violence. People wound up in the hospital. Trump tacitly endorsed the violence and extremist groups, felt abandoned as a result. They stayed in the fold and continued participating in rallies across the United States. They believed Trump wanted them there. White nationalists and conspiracy theorists entered the Georgia State House. Militia groups called for their members to action in election-related protests. And behind the scenes in chat groups, members of such groups were making plans to answer what they believed to be an impending distress signal from the president. As this organizing was taking place, the rhetoric only intensified. Stop the Steal protest earned the attention of neo-Nazis like Daily Stormer author Andrew Anglin. The Arizona Republican Party quoted a Stop the Steal organizer who said he was ready to die for the cause and asked if their supporters would do the same. Lynn Wood, a prominent attorney at the heart of several election challenges and a QAnon folk hero, warned that the country was headed to civil war. It was a perfect storm, ready to unleash, and it did. In December, Trump did what he hadn't yet. He called for a protest himself. He called for a protest in DC on January 6th. Be there. We'll be wild, he promised its supporters. At this point, there was a well-oiled infrastructure and organized herd ready to answer the call. The president asked, and he would receive. Within days of Trump's call for a January 6th protest, we observed several instances of hard logistical planning to answer that call. Ron Watkins, an administrator of the QAnon stomping ground 8kun, an election misinformation superspreader, shared a link to organized caravans to DC. A MAGA cavalry map of rendezvous points went around pro-Trump internet spaces. Militias organized buses for traveling. Women for America First put together a formal event. And throughout this planning, Trump amplified the individuals doing so. In pro-Trump internet spaces, discussions of violence were prominent and popular. 10,000 people in a block with weapons versus the entire DC Police Department. Who will win? One poster on a popular pro-Trump forum wrote. Militia groups, Stop the Steal organizers, and Trump supporters online were chattering in unison. The plan was to go to the Capitol. Maps circulated marking access tunnel beneath the Capitol complex. Militia groups discussed tactics of what they believed to be legal violence. And one prominent organizer floated the idea of asking Trump supporters to take over DC and occupy the city until receiving a negotiated settlement. Initially, discussions of violence centered on the idea that Trump supporters would need to fight back anti-racist activists or the groups that it put under its Antifa term. But in the days before the rally, in response to news that Vice President Mike Pence did not plan to refute the election results, the discussions quickly took aim towards the US government and those believed to be traitors within it. The rest is now history. The morning of the January 6th rally, videos, photos, and reports from journalists on the ground were confirming what researchers had feared, that the dangerous whirlwind of conditions had in fact produced extremists in large numbers on the ground. There were weapons, discussions of killing politicians, and talks of wanting to storm the Capitol. What we were observing online had entered the real world, creating an incredibly dangerous and volatile situation. Speakers at the rally that morning continued to ratchet up protesters, and Trump directed them toward the Capitol building. The insurrectionist attack, although ultimately unsuccessful in changing the factual results of the election or preventing the transition of power, left 5 people dead and has so far resulted in hundreds of arrests. The 2020 presidential election marked the first time in living history that the United States did not experience a peaceful transition of power. Though Stop today unsuccessful, It was successful in expanding the reach of election-related misinformation and hardening many Americans who are already on a path to radicalization or dangerous adherence to outright conspiracy theories. The consequences of the last year and the conditions that made it all possible will be a long-term project in the United States. Democracy is not inevitable or democracy is not automatic or inevitable. If we're to prevent events like the insurrection that occurred at the seat of American government, we must collectively restore the common belief in the basic rules and values of democracy. I hope you'll join us in that fight. Now I'm going to pass it to Emerson Brooking. He's a colleague at the DFRLab. We're going to talk about the kind of lies that animate things like January 6th.
Thank you, Jared. Hello, everyone. My name is Emerson Brooking. I'm a resident senior fellow at the Digital Forensic Research Lab. We've just heard my colleague Jared discuss his investigation of the January 6th attack on the US Capitol and the disinformation campaign that preceded it. Many American commentators now call that campaign the big lie, systematic claims of election fraud spread by former President Trump and his allies that were intended to invalidate the 2020 election and place him permanently in power. That big lie has not yet succeeded in its goal. However, others have. For decades, massive disinformation campaigns, big lies, have been the cornerstone of fascist and authoritarian regimes. They've destroyed functioning democracies, enabled the murder of millions, and eventually erased history itself. By learning about big lies of the past, we can better anticipate the future. We are here to examine two less discussed big lies: the 1964 Brazilian coup d'etat, which led to a brutal 20-year military dictatorship, and the 1965 coup in Indonesia, which led to the murder of roughly 1 million supposed communist sympathizers. We're also here to discuss the rhetoric, language, and historical revisionism that binds these and all such big lies together. For this event, I'm pleased to be joined by experts from around the world. Dr. Fernanda Sanglard is a professor and researcher at the Pontifical Catholic University of Minas Gerais in Brazil. Dr. Wardaya Bhaskara is director of the Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies at Sanata Dharma University in Indonesia. And Dr. Jason Stanley is the author of How Fascism Works and a professor of philosophy at Yale University in the United States. A huge welcome to all of you, and we're going to jump right into it. And I want to turn first to you, Dr. Sanglard, because for our audience, for the sorts of people that the Digital Forensic Research Lab typically engages with, members of the counter-disinformation community, a lot of folks are pretty well versed in studying the internet, but we don't always talk so much about history and the historical context in which we place disinformation campaigns. We also, I think, outside of Soviet-US competition, many people in our community know little about the events of the broader Cold War, particularly those in which there was US involvement. So I would ask first, if you could just tell us what happened in Brazil in 1964.
Thanks, Emerson. I'd like to greet everyone and thank the Atlantic Council and the team of Digital Forensic Research Lab for the invitation. I feel honored to be here sharing this panel with so special researchers. So let's revisit what happened in my country. Brazil was under a military dictatorship for 21 years between 1964 and 1985. The 1964 coup was the result of a great alliance between the military, business, civil society sectors. It was also the result of an anti-communist campaign financed by institutions such as IPES and IBAD, which received support from churches, the Brazilian Lawyers Association, and the Brazilian Press Association. Most newspapers at that time didn't hide their appreciation for the conservative ideology. During the dictatorship, the dictator changed electoral rules. National Congress was closed and reopened several times. There was an information control system to censor, watch over, and persecute opponents. Political persecution, torture, kidnappings, and murders. almost all the mainstream media outlets gave support to the interruption of the constitutional order and continue to support military leaders. However, the attitude of the press has also changed over the time. It's important to emphasize that the Brazilian authoritarian process stimulated the wave of coup d'etat in Latin America, Bolivia in 1964, Peru in 1968, Ecuador in 1972, Chile and Uruguay in 1973, and Argentina in 1976. Meanwhile, associations among Latin authoritarian regimes went beyond the American continent during the Cold War times. Recent research demonstrates that US support for authoritarianism has provided common practice of repression in Latin America and Indonesia, for instance. But regarding that scenario, I believe my colleague, Dr. Bhaskar Wardaya, can contribute more than I.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanglard. And now to turn to you, Dr. Bhaskara. Dr. Sanglard went through a list of events that happened concurrent to the coup in Brazil, but of which Indonesia is also a critical piece. So if you could tell us what happened in your country.
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Brooking, and hello, everybody. Thank you also for Dr. Sanglard, who gave us an overview of what happened in Brazil, which actually more or less similar to what happened in Indonesia the following year, which was 1965. For this part of our conversation, I have three points to offer to you. Number one, about what happened in Indonesia was that on October 1st, 1965, 6 high-ranking officers of the Indonesian Army's top leadership were kidnapped and murdered. Then, before the circumstances of the murders were clear, an army officer by the name of Major General Suharto declared that the Indonesian Communist Party was the main perpetrator or the main culprit behind the officers' murders. This declaration, or maybe in our term, animated lies, if you will, or hoax, was subsequently used as a pretext to justify at least 5 things. Number one, the mass killings of hundreds of thousands, probably 1 million, like what Mr. Brooking was saying. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed. Number two, the declaration or animated lies were also used to for the torturing and detention of many more people, and then the banning of the Indonesian Communist Party. And number 4, the overthrow of President Sukarno, the legal president of Indonesia of the time. And last but not least, it was also used as a pretext or a reason for the rule of the self-declared quote-unquote new order government under General Suharto. That's point number 1. Point number 2, with regard to the Cold War, the context, like what Dr. Sanglard was also saying, the mass killings took place in the midst of the Cold War, in which the United States, Soviet Union or USSR, and People's Republic of China all wanted to have the so-called spheres of influence in Indonesia. Then, just like in Brazil, the US was using anti-communism as a means to destroy the Indonesian Communist Party and all the leftist movements and ideas, as well as to remove the Soviet Union and China from being obstacles in the American hold of on Indonesia. And then the last point, point number 3, is that to a certain degree, there were connections between what happened in Brazil in 1964 with what happened in Indonesia in 1965, and also with what happened in Latin America in general, beginning in the early 1970s, exactly like what Dr. Sangrat was just saying. The use of the term Operação Jakarta or Jakarta Operation in Brazil, or Jakarta Viene or Jakarta is coming in Chile, some of the indications of the connections between what happened in Indonesia, what happened in Brazil, and also what happened in South and Central America. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And two things just immediately stand out in these first answers. First, the speed with which social democracy could change thanks to this disinformation campaigns, and then two, the international aspects, how one such movement fueled others. So now, Dr. Stanley, I'd love to turn to you. You've written extensively on sort of the philosophy and language of fascism, and more broadly, how these movements arise and then how they succeed. So I welcome your insight on that critical question.
Great. So we began with Dr. Sanglard talking about the importance of knowing history, and you introducing this in terms of that frame, the importance of knowing history. So what is the importance of knowing history? Well, the importance of knowing history is we can't a priori know what dangerous frames that enable mass violence against by the state are. We can't really know that. It's not a priori. There's no algorithm that tells us what attracts people to mass violence. People resonate with frames with which they're familiar. And as Dr. Wadaya and Sanglard's comments show us, there's a particular frame that has been operative and is familiar to people. And people use those frames. That's what they do. So we've got these frames lying around, and they're familiar from the Cold War. And they were used in the Cold War to target certain populations. What those populations are differ from country to country. So we need to look at history. That's the first, that's point number one. You cannot get a bunch of Silicon Valley people together without knowing history and understand which frames resonate with people. The general frame of the communists have dominated or have taken over your media and your institutions. They're corrupting your children. That's a frame that history tells us is powerful. And it's a frame we're seeing again. Now, what do we learn from the two commentaries that we've just heard? I think we learn the lesson that I personally got out of that is the importance of stressing continuities. The Cold War frame, Cold War liberalism is sometimes contrasted with what we see now. What happened, the genocide in Indonesia, because that's what it was a genocide. Let's remind ourselves that Raphael Lemkin wanted to call mass killings of political minorities, for people for their political views, genocide, but Stalin said no because he was afraid of being criticized for genocide. So the genocide, but there's no good grounds for that. The genocide in Indonesia and the killings, the mass killings by the Brazilian dictatorship in Argentina, Chile, throughout the Cold War were caused by Cold War liberalism and the United States and anti-communism gone awry. So now we have this kind of marriage, it seems to me, between that kind of anti-communism that can be locally very deadly. It's locally used to spread this kind of fear. It's a frame that's used to spread this kind of fear. But in the current moment, it's not connected to something like a Cold War, or is it? It's hard to tell. It's hard for me to tell. The frames, and I'll just end by talking about what about the frames themselves? The frames seem the frame of the communists are coming, they're going to take your house, they're going to steal everything, they're in cahoots with the minorities, the feminists, the gender ideologues, the trans women. They've dominated your institutions with the gay agenda. That current structure we're seeing in India, in Brazil, all across Europe with Vox, from Vox to AfD, to FPO in Austria, where I am now. That frame can be extremely anti-democratic and dangerous. It's what that kind of, it works to generate a moral panic. In the United States, critical race theory, attack on critical race theory as linked to Marxism has worked. It has resonance. And so I think we need to be, I'll just end by saying, what does it mean that it's not connected with the Cold War? And we have to reflect that these sort of like panics about communist takeover have resulted in genocidal consequences. Thank you.
Dr. Stanley, I'd love to stay with you a moment. As you talk about framing, it sounds like a process that unfolds slowly, then all at once. But I'm curious, in your view, what makes this sort of anti-communist frame so enduring and powerful? Because if we look to the present day, to these conversations of Antifa that began in the far right, really concurrent with President Trump's election in the United States, which have spread to Europe. We've seen examples in Turkey, even in Japan, of Antifa as a new villain. What makes this threat so compelling for people who are vulnerable to supporting these movements?
So we have something of an international playbook here that's happening. Vox in Spain is a good example of that international playbook. They're an entirely concocted right-wing far-right party that just puts together these elements. So we have this playbook happening, and the playbook, and as Dr. Sanglard said, we have this structuring of the worrisome thing is that the business and the military get behind the sort of people scaremongering about a communist threat that you need to be protected from. That structure where you can say to the dominant group, you're under risk. You're under risk from these minorities, from the leftists. Democracy is enabling these leftists. Democracy is enabling them to come to take over. They're so scary that you need us to protect you. That's the frame to hand over democracy to an authoritarian regime. And what we have is we have a lot of police officers. We have a lot of, in many countries, Brazil, the United States, part of that frame. And I guess what makes it resonant, it's resonant. I think Dr. Wardaya explained why it's resonant in multiple countries. One reason is the Cold War. And so institutions that fanned the Cold War have some responsibility here. But we have this anti-communist frame, and it operates really bizarrely, because if you look at Russia, they are both being extremely ethno-nationalist, but playing around with their own past in weird ways.
Well, thank you. So I want to turn back the clock again, and first to you, Dr. Sanglard. It wasn't illegal to be a communist in Brazil before 1964. In fact, there were socialist democratic movements and parties and governments. So I'm curious, after 64, after that coup, how did things change? How was history rewritten such that something that was part of the political mainstream, but a few years before became something forbidden and even something deadly to associate oneself with?
Thanks for the question. Oh, I was taking advantage of the answer of Professor Stanley to say a curiosity about Brazilian dictatorship, because here the military never admitted to having carried out a coup d'etat, but rather supported a revolution. In this discursive dispute, they don't say military dictatorship or authoritarian regime, usually using the expression military government or military regime. So the military used to say they had built the democracy, and the opposition were the threat. So I think all over the world, history is often told by the powerful, the victors, and the dominant groups. Breaking this logic is very difficult. Therefore, memories of historic episodes are always in dispute and negotiation. In the Brazilian case, memories of the colonial past, slavery, and the dictatorship were for a long time guided by the hegemonic thinking of conservative groups. Perth Commission and social movements play an important role in reversing this process while giving voice to minorities, how such victims, poor people, Blacks, women, among other groups that didn't have the chance to speak up. Although our transitional justice process is slightly different from other countries, since restoration policies were developed first and memory and truth policies only after, we have many problems until today. According to the United Nations Development Program, Brazil is the 8th most unequal country in the world, and also one of those with the highest media concentration. Therefore, you are a country that has the challenge of conquering a diversity of perspectives. Thus, it's relatively easy for authorities to obscure the facts behind their siege of power. About the dictatorship today, we have a lot of research on the subject. Schools have a more critical perspective about what happened, and society has some consensus to defend the democracy and not authoritarianism. However, some big lies or myths about the dictatorship keep being reproduced. I will only disprove a few for you. The militaries articulated the coup with sector of civil society. So the coup was not just military. The coup plotters pretended the president, João Goulart, had left the country, promoted the vacancy of the opposition, which was a lie. The military claimed that it was not a dictatorship because the presidents alternated. It's not the same way of Chile, for instance. However, elections were indirect and only military dictators were elected. The authoritarian government has always denied torture, kidnapping, and murder, although truth commissions have proven that it happened. They created expressions in Portuguese, dita branda, the misleading idea that the Brazilian dictatorship would have been milder than Argentina or Chile. The economic miracle is another misconception because it favored only the richest groups. Brazilian truth commissions estimate that around 8,000 indigenous people and more than 1,000 rural workers have died because of the dictatorship. Despite this, the official number of deaths and missing people only counts 434 people, most of whom were linked to urban movements in opposition to dictatorship. So, denialism, therefore, has been an important element. Some political groups, especially those linked to the military, have always denied that the dictatorship ever exists. It seems absurd because we have evidence that Brazil faced a dictatorial regime, but they insist to be deniers and continue on producing disinformation. And these revisionist movements became stronger after President Bolsonaro took office. Today, Brazil faces one of the most intense political crises in its Republican history, with the growth of extreme right-wing groups and acts of intolerance. Bolsonaro publicly defended the practice of military dictatorship, in which thousands of opponents of the regime were persecuted, assassinated, kidnapped, and tortured. Bolsonaro said he didn't believe in the investigations done by the National Truth Commission, a state agency that investigated human rights violations that occurred during the dictatorship. He also paid homage to Carlos Alberto Brilhante Ustra, a known agent of repression and torture, as previously recognized by the state. Yesterday, we have the first condemned sentence by the judgment in Brazil to condemn a torture for in criminal justice, because until today in Brazil, we just could be a process in civil courts. It's absurd. Bolsonaro's controversial statements and disinformation have been identified as high risk for encouraging extremism, denial, and international politicians and human rights organizations such as Amnesty International have criticized Brazil's incendiary positions in this area.
Thank you, Dr. Sanglard. And it's extraordinary to hear, especially about the sort of through lines, the way that disinformation spread in the 1960s can continue to reverberate or even fuel the rise of new leaders. So Dr. Bhaskar, I want to turn next to you to speak too about this issue of historical revisionism. Because the fact is that President Sukarno, who was president of Indonesia for a decade or more preceding the 65 coup and subsequent massacres, he was a socialist. Indonesia was a thriving social democracy. So I'm curious, how did things change so quickly? How did people who were participating in political society just a few years prior, how were they prescribed and then facing dire threats to their lives?
Yeah, that's a very good question, but I don't know if I'm able to answer properly or even perfectly, because it's still so many things that we don't know yet, even up to today. But yeah, Mr. Brookings, you're right that Sukarno was here we call it leftist, but maybe for in our term is a pro-people leader. He was for the people. He was loved by the people. He was kind of pro or supporting land reform and things like that. And he wanted to make the Indonesian riches in terms of natural resources for the Indonesians themselves. But then there are two things on that note. Number one was since he was working for the people, he was supported by many leftists in Indonesia, and many of them were members of the Communist Party or more or less supporting the Indonesian Communist Party. And number two, exactly because he wanted to keep the natural resources for the Indonesians themselves, he was disliked by many more or less capitalist nations of the world, Western nation, and also probably Japan and other some Asian countries, I don't know. So that's why there was a little collaboration between the forces of the right in Indonesia, especially among the Indonesian army, and also the forces of people who envied, who were eager to control the Indonesian natural resources, be it timber or oil or rubber, and especially for one of the largest gold deposits in the world, which was located in West Papua. So because of that, there were efforts from inside the country, but also from outside the country for two things. Number one, to destroy the leftist movement. And number two, to remove President Sukarno from power. And then number three, to replace him with more or less US-friendly new government. And that's what happened in 1965. And that's what happened after 1965. Indonesia was like, in overnight, it changed into from one country into another, from a country that was trying to be socialist, to be serving its own people, to be independent, became kind of a country that was pro-West, in which the natural resources were exploited by foreign companies, including the gold mines in West Papua, and also the whole economic system became more or less capitalist system until today. And I want to underline what Dr. Stanley was saying, that he emphasized the importance of history, and precisely because of that, then the Suharto government, the new order government, seized or controlled the narrative, the history of what happened in the past. And what happened next was more or less like what happened in Brazil. Maybe, I don't know, it's to a larger degree, more victims and things like that, but more or less very similar to what happened in Brazil, just like what Dr. Sanglard was sharing with us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And so, Dr. Stanley, we have a question from the audience first for you. As we talk about the sort of the permanence of these Cold War frames, especially the fears stoked of communist and socialist movements, an audience member wonders what connections there might be between these sorts of frames and in the US today, alongside these frames, a sort of racial animus that is increasingly stoked in the country. If you see some connection there. And then I have a second question for you. Actually, sorry, please go ahead.
Okay, let me start with that. Well, it's a reiteration of the past. The America during its Cold War heights was suppressing Black movements for equality by linking them to communism. Martin Luther King was said to be a communist, which is ironic given the use the right wing is making of him now. Every Black movement for equality was connected with communism, just like now they are connecting Black movements for equality with communism. That's how it's always going to be in the United States. And in India, it will always be slightly different. It'll be, Dalits and Muslims. And our historical, Black Americans, something horrible, there was a horrible injustice done to them, and very little structurally is being done to change that. And you can get white Americans to be terrified of such structural changes. So in the face of such structural changes, you say the strategy is this. You say, democracy is a zero-sum game, and you, the dominant group, are going to lose because the minority groups are going to come get theirs, and they're going to seize power from you. And then furthermore, you dominant groups also know the kind of terrible things you did to get that house and that second home. So people, you can make people afraid. So these are there's specificity to the United States, but the denialism, all the themes that we're talking about here of history denialism, they're happening now with our laws against critical race theory, banning the 1619 Project. You want to deny those aspects of our past that are racist, namely many aspects of every institution, so that you don't have to change them, so you can continue who's in power and who's not. Just a comment on Lula and Sukarno. I mean, Sukarno, what Dr. Bhaskar described as Sukarno seems to me what happened to Lula in Brazil. Like, he was too successful of a left-wing leader.
Yes.
And so, Dr. Stanley, to stay with you, we are at an event of the Digital Forensic Research Lab, so we do need to talk briefly about the internet. I'm curious, first to you, but then I'll pose the same question to our other panelists as well. How does the modern internet, how does the speed and immediacy of social media, how does it change the sorts of dynamics that we're discussing? Do we think that the internet enables citizens to be more resistant to these sorts of movements? Do they come on faster? Are they as enduring with the speed of communication we have today? But I'd welcome your thoughts. First, Dr. Stanley.
Let me begin. Here again, we see how important history is. Dr. Bhaskar is describing one of the worst genocides of humanity, the massacre of 1 million suspected communists in a very short time, like a year or two, right? And so less. So that's 1 million people. That was well before the internet. The Brazilian. So there's a temptation to say it's special, and there are certain features that are special. But it's because we can those are the tractable features. The untractable features are the fact that we have these deep-seated narratives from our recent history that can be exploited in various ways.
Dr. Sanglard? Do you, the role of social media and the internet, do you think that it makes citizenry today more resilient to these sorts of movements, or does it have the opposite effect?
Can I answer?
Oh, please, yes.
No, okay. Oh, I think this idea of moral panic brought by Dr. Stanley works very well to Brazil, and we have some comments about the early studies of the internet that were very positive about the democratic potential. Over time, we understood that this whole expansion carries romanticism in the same way that the experience allows many advances, connections, new modes of interaction and political participation. The internet also promotes asymmetries and reproduces inequalities. Social media platforms in particular have helped to connect people and share content, but they have also propelled and the creation of bubbles. Of course, I think it's easier today to have access to all kinds of information about the history of past authoritarian regimes for anywhere in the world. It's all easier to collect that data to researchers. But the question is, what is being done with so much information, with confusion, with disinformation and misinformation? How do we deal with those who only have access to their own bubble information? I don't see a more democratic path if you only think about how to contain this information. I will not come to an end just because we want it to or because you know its undemocratic potential. Rumors and big lies have always existed and have always been used as a political tool. The main issue today is a distinct phenomenon, and that materializes in misinformation or disinformation. And I think this phenomenon is more complex because it's social, it's political, but it's also communication. It's a digital phenomenon of the mediatized society. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And Dr. Bhaskar, the same. From your perspective, how does the internet change the dynamics you've spent your career studying?
Yes, thank you for the question. Probably I just continue what Dr. Sanglard was saying. To me, the internet, from my observation, like a two-edged sword. It's a positive side and negative side. On the negative side, again, it's creating inequality and things like that among the society. But on the other hand, with regard to the narratives of the 1965 violence in Indonesia, the internet has been used or utilized by young Indonesians to counter the culture of denial, the culture of big lies and things like that, by publishing books or making documentary films or having forums and things like that, and all are intended to counter the big lies, the untruths that had been told for more than 3 or 4 or 5 decades. So in that sense, the internet is very good now in the hands of young people in terms of resistance, but also fighting against the culture of big lies and denial.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskara. And we have about 3 minutes left. There's time for one more question with a quick answer from each, which will also be your closing statements. Dr. Bhaskara, I want to stay with you. I want to pose the same question again to each of you. We see today what seemed to be a new spell of big lies spread around the world. A number of once democratic states that now today seem less free. So I'm curious, if you are speaking to young people today, what advice would you have for navigating this world of big lies and trying to find the truth as one can? And first to you, Dr. Bhaskara.
Okay, for me, I want to say two things. Number one, study all those big lies. You know, read books or information about those big lies. And number two, counter those big lies with truth, with a well-researched statement and things like that, and use the internet to share what you know, to share what you learn, to share what you experience in order to advance justice, truth, and also reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sanglar?
Thanks. Oh, we identified that our democratic process is not linear. It's closer to a cycle. So we have times of recession and backlash, open democracy, and I think we have the same there's no doubt achievements are under threat. So I think we need to combat the fire with disinformation, but not so much. We need more literacy, media criticism, and I don't know, we need to know why is, how is responsible for producing this information, and who are the main consumers, how do they share them, how do digital platforms contribute to information, not only for the dictatorships, but the pandemic too. I think it's my answer.
Well, thank you very much. And the last word to you, Dr. Stanley, in the few seconds we have left. What do we do?
Got it. So first of all, progress is not linear. We should take heart in the fact that we've been here before. These attacks on democracy, Cold War liberalism was implicated deeply in attacks on democracy, as the two examples we've seen have shown. So we have to make something new, something that's not Cold War liberalism, and something that's not ethno-nationalism. And we should do that by our joint commitment to democracy.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of our participants today and to our audience. Take care. It was wonderful to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to turn now to my colleague, Senior Resident Fellow at the DFRLab and Managing Editor, Andy Carvin. Andy, over to you.
Thanks, Emerson. So my name is Andy Carvin, and I'm Senior Fellow, Managing Editor at the DFRLab. If one were to somehow be able to set aside the pandemic and the manifest ways it's changed the world, the last year has been nothing short of historic, particularly in terms of people protesting for their rights. From Minneapolis to Minsk, from Columbia to Kenosha, people have exercised their rights of free speech and free assembly to demand racial and political justice. As has been the case for much of the last decade, protesters have used social media to organize and amplify their messages. But we've also seen an increase in countervailing forces using these very tools to undermine protesters' messages, to organize, and even to fight back in the streets. The DFRLab's team of researchers across 5 continents have been following these events with keen interest. And while there's no way we could summarize every protest that's taken place everywhere over the last year, we'd like to offer you these 3 case studies.
From Cape Town, South Africa, Jean Leroux will discuss the End SARS protests in Nigeria. From Riga, Latvia, we'll hear from Nika Alexeyeva about her work monitoring the Belarus protests. And finally, from Colombia, Esteban Ponce de Leon will explore the narratives and counter-narratives used in the ongoing tax protests there.
In Nigeria, in the events of October 2020 triggered one of the largest social media activism campaigns of the year. The reverberations of this End SARS movement can be felt even today. A video widely circulated on October 2nd depicted a young man from the town of Ughelli that was allegedly killed by Nigeria's Special Anti-Robbery Squad, or SARS. SARS has for years been at the center of claims of arbitrary police brutality and excessive violence against civilians. Despite it later coming to light that the young man was in fact alive and well, throughout October 2020, the video prompted an outpour of brutal recollections from other Nigerian Twitter users. Under the End SARS hashtag, nationwide protests were organized calling for the disbandment of SARS. One of these protests was held here in Lagos. Thousands of Nigerian youths staged a peaceful sit-in at the Lekki toll plaza, forming a human blockade that cut off access to several of the city's major business districts for several days. In addition to the on-the-ground protests, the End SARS movement had a massive footprint on social media, where their digital activism dwarfed mentions of other notable events from earlier the month, including the Beirut warehouse blast. Video footage and photographs shared by activists on October the 20th, after several days of peaceful demonstrations, showed protesters seated on the freeway, singing along to music, chanting their defiance of a citywide curfew imposed by the Lagos state governor. But not all of these protests would eventually leave unharmed. A few hours after the photos were taken, video footage posted on social media showed a convoy of armed vehicles departing a nearby military base known as Bonny Camp. Buildings and terrain features, including a distinctive markings on the hotel in the background, confirmed the location. At least 2 vehicles were seen leaving the base at the time. These vehicles made their way along the 6-kilometer stretch of highway towards the Lekki tollgate. Videos taken in the vicinity of Lekki Plaza showed similar military vehicles approaching from the west. Automatic weapon fire can be heard being fired in the background as protesters scurry to safety.
This is what we see in Nigeria. See what they're causing. See, they're releasing fire. They're releasing fire. Releasing fire. This is Lekki toll gate. This is Lekki toll gate.
Nigerian government, they are shooting, no. They are shooting at us. They are shooting. Live from the ensigns, they are shooting. But now we are ready. They have to kill all of us. They are shooting, no.
In one of these videos, Nigerian armed forces can be clearly seen opening fire near the End SARS protesters in front of the Lekki Toll Plaza. Social media, and Twitter in particular, provided a crucial account of the events as they unfolded. Timestamps from social media posts provided a rough chronology of the events, and the departure of the armed convoy, the reports of the first shots a short while later, and various terrain features that could be geolocated from these images helped to identify the Nigerian military as they approached from both sides of the Lekki tollgate. Tellingly, these videos also placed the Nigerian military personnel some of whom were discharging their weapons in the vicinity of injured protesters. But far from taking responsibility for their actions, the Nigerian military dismissed initial reports of the shooting as fake news and only grudgingly conceded in a series of cascading denials. First, denying that the military was deployed at all, then denying discharging their weapons, and later denying that they used live ammunition. Even the latter was eventually conceded. Social media posts played a crucial part in keeping the Nigerian military accountable for what actually transpired. It would appear that Twitter's role in mobilizing the EndSARS protests did not go unnoticed by Nigerian authorities. By October 30, slightly more than a week after the Lekki Tollgate shooting, a loosely coordinated cluster of accounts began targeting NGOs and EndSARS activists. Meme-like graphics were distributed in a coordinated manner in what appeared to be aimed at undermining the credibility of activists and civil society organizations. What really happened at Lekki Tollgate, and 5 questions Lekki activists must answer, circulated among these accounts. At the same time, these accounts posted similarly themed graphics lauding the efforts of the Nigerian military and the incumbent government. These accounts also attempted to suppress further participation in the EndSARS protests amongst the youth. The promotion of hashtags such as One Nigeria and Let Love Lead, campaigns meant to persuade the young generation of Nigerian protesters to abandon the protests, were counterweighted with narratives suggesting participation in the protest would be a detriment to their own professional futures. These narratives were distributed through a 2-pronged network. Large follower influencer accounts, some with backgrounds as government spin doctors or digital marketers, aggressively amplified and shared these narratives. In addition, these accounts were supported by a secondary network of batch-created sock puppet accounts that retweeted their posts, giving both the suppressive and dismissive narratives the veneer of grassroots support. The Nigerian example shows how social media can be a powerful tool for citizens to mobilize and exercise their democratic rights. At the same time, it provides governments with the means to suppress and undermine those very principles. The double-edged sword of social media provides both an opportunity and a threat to democracies globally.
Protests in Belarus started in August 2020, when people went on streets because they were dissatisfied with election results. The uncontested leader, Alexander Lukashenko, who is in power for 26 years, won with 80% of alleged public support. It was very unlikely because before the elections, there were at least 3 candidates who made fierce competition. It was Viktor Babaryka, the head of Gazprom Bank in Belarus, Valery Tsipkalo, the initiator of Belarus startup policy, and Sergei Tikhanovsky, a blogger who advocated for Belarus as a country for living versus just existing and called Lukashenko a cockroach. Lukashenko found ways to put Babaryka and Tikhanovsky in jail. Tsipkalo didn't garner enough votes, so later, being afraid of prosecutions, he fled the country. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya decided to run for his husband, Sergei Tikhanovsky, and Valeria Tsipkalo, the wife of Valery Tsipkalo, and Maria Kolesnikova, the head of Babaryka's election campaign, joined her. Tikhanovskaya garnered enough signatures to become the candidate. She made rallies, enjoyed people's support, and many crowds went there to support the democratic candidate for the Belarus elections. On the election day, people went on elections and stood in lines. There was very high turnaround. But when election results came, people learned that Tikhanovskaya garnered less than 20% of votes. So they went on streets protesting against election results and faced riot police. Many people were detained, and later there were reports that people in the detention centers were beaten, humiliated, and even tortured. Belarus hasn't anticipated such harsh crackdown of protesters. And after the shock, people decided not to keep silent. They went on streets and gathered in unprecedentedly high numbers. People used the old historical flag of Belarus. They celebrated the female power, sang songs, and used white flowers as the symbol of nonviolent resistance to violent regime. Everyone thought that Lukashenko will resign, especially after factory workers who usually support him in elections shouted, "Go away."
Уходи! 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 Уходи!
Спасибо. Отвечаю вам на этот вопрос. Можете еще покричать.
But Lukashenko remained. People went on streets, but riot police were detaining people with disabilities, female, elderly, and even bet some women in their face. Independent media was reporting on that, and for that, journalists were also prosecuted and put in jail. But it wasn't just physical violence. It was also information campaigns, propaganda, and Lukashenko set up not only state-owned TV channels to discredit protesters, discredit opposition and independent media, but also Telegram channels. And here is an example of provocation to discredit independent media outlet Dubai. You can see two videos. In the first video, you see police detaining a cyclist. Later, in pro-Lukashenko Telegram channel, another video appeared showing a meme.
Его пытали. Как же я раньше не догадалась? Боже мой.
And so, allegedly 20 seconds before, the same cyclist was just riding his bike and fell by himself. It shows that cyclist allegedly wasn't detained and police helped him to stand up. The first question, was it the same event? And passers-by, the elderly man in the blue frame and the young man in the green frame that we can see in both images, in both video frames, are the same. So we conclude that event is the same. But why someone would film a cyclist from the other side of the street if it wasn't for depicting how he is allegedly falling by himself? To later send the second part of the footage with police taking him away, and later showing that this is not what happened. And unfortunately, independent media sometimes fell for such traps and reported misinformation, but we can't evaluate it as deliberate disinformation. So overall, we see that Belarus protests are characterized not only by physical violence, but also information campaigns and harsh crackdown on independent media.
The protests in Colombia, also known as the National Strike, start on April 28, 2021, in different cities across the country, initially in protests against a government tax reform proposal. As the protests continue, they have transformed into a larger movement against police brutality. At least 50 people, including 2 police officers, have been killed amidst the national strike. More than 2,000 police violent cases against protesters have been reported, including physical violence, arbitrary arrest, violent interventions, and sexual assault. The DFRLab monitored the conversations on social media around the Colombian protest, including narratives on police violence and posts framing the protests as acts of vandalism. On one hand, the social media narratives on police brutality mostly include videos and pictures showing violence committed by the police and the anti-disturbance squad against protesters. These narratives were mainly accompanied by SOS-related tags, including SOS Colombia Human Rights, Colombia on Red Alert, Colombia Resist, and They Are Killing Us, referring to the police, and more specifically, to target the government's measures and strategies during the protest. On the other hand, the narratives around acts of vandalism during the protests have also emerged on social media. Some of these narratives originate after political leaders and Twitter accounts linked to the Colombian Centro Democrático political party share content of protesters damaging public and private infrastructure. By framing the protests as acts of violence and vandalism, these politicians push for the deployment of military forces to contain the protests. Along with this content, social media accounts use hashtags such as pure and simple vandalism, killer vandals, I support the anti-disturbance squad, and a state of emergency now. Although these hashtags aim to highlight and target acts of vandalism during the protests, those did not negatively influence the perception of the Colombian national strike on social media. The reason? Multiple Twitter K-pop fans accounts engaged with these hashtags in a coordinated manner to sabotage the conversation by posting mainly K-pop related content accompanied by such hashtags. These hashtags, which include keywords such as vandals and vandalism, reach the trending topics, but their content include a variety of pictures, GIFs, and videos from K-pop music. On May 1st, 2021, Colombian President Iván Duque, a member of the right-wing Centro Democrático Party, announced military assistance to protect citizens from violence, acts of vandalism, and terrorism during the demonstrations. After the announcement, the debate about militarization spiked on Twitter. While politicians linked to Colombia's Centro Democrático Party promote narratives on social media to frame protests as acts of vandalism and encourage the military assistance to contain the demonstrations, some political leaders from the opposition in Colombia criticize the Colombian authorities for such a measure. Some opposition political leaders have also condemned and report on social media the police violence against demonstrators, including complaints of human rights violations. Although the DFRLab did not find instances of foreign influence regards conversation on the protests, our research identified Venezuelan Twitter accounts linked to Maduro's regime, criticizing as well Colombia's government measure on military assistance during the protests. In addition to these narratives, misinformation about Colombia's national strike also spread online and on air after legacy media amplified false and misleading claims amid the ongoing Colombian protests, which include inaccurate claims of support to Colombia's government after President Iván Duque withdrew his tax reform proposal. Other instances of misinformation include recycled videos from protests in other countries, including confrontations between members of the Ecuadorian police and army in Guayaquil, suggesting those belong to both Colombian National Police and Colombia's army. During the recent Colombian protests, thousands of people have mobilized in different cities across the country. Both on social media and on the streets, Colombians have demonstrated against police violence, leading to an ongoing series of manifestations since April 28, including peaceful protests, public unrest, and a widespread violence in which Cali has been one of the most affected regions with fatal casualties amid the protests.
Thanks, everyone. And now I'd like to turn things over to my colleague, Tessa Knight, who's going to be joining us from Cape Town, South Africa. The floor is yours, Tessa.
Thank you so much, Andy. So I'm going to be talking about disinformation in Africa, and I'd like to introduce you to our panelists today. We have Hopewell Chinono, who is a Zimbabwean investigative journalist and Greenfield People Journalist of the Year 2020, who made international headlines after he broadcast his arrest on social media following an investigation into COVID-19 related procurement fraud. We then have Khadija Ramali, who's a visiting fellow from the European Council on Foreign Relations and an independent social media researcher focusing on Arabic language spaces and influence operations in the Middle East and North Africa. Then we have Tandy Smith, Head of Programs at Media Monitoring Africa, a watchdog organization promoting ethical journalism in South Africa that has a very interesting platform called Real 411, which allows citizens to report disinformation. And finally, she's not on screen, she's joining us from phone. We have Rosemary Ajayi, who is the founder of the Digital Africa Research Lab, slightly different from the Digital Forensic Research Lab, which focuses on understanding social media use in Africa and mitigating real-world harm resulting from its misuse. Okay, so we're just going to jump straight into this because we have some wonderful panelists and I'd love to get to them. We're going to be, as I said, looking at disinformation in Africa, while obviously trying not to represent the continent as one homogenized country. Our panelists are going to be discussing disinformation, digital propaganda, influence operations, and freedom of speech over the next half an hour, after which, as we've already done so, we'll have some time to take questions. So I'm going to start off with Rosemary. As I said, she's joining us from phone. Rosemary, it's been about 3 weeks since the Nigerian government banned access to Twitter after one of President Buhari's tweets were deleted. Now, the government said that the deletion of his tweet factored into their decision, but ultimately the fact that the platform allowed misinformation and fake news to spread was their reason for banning it. But we've seen that Twitter's played a massive role in protests in the country, and SARS last year, for example. Considering this, what do you think the political implications of this ban of a massive social media platform will be?
Hi, Tessa. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your question. There's one thing I just want to clarify before I go into the question, and that's the fact that aside from President Buhari's tweet, which was taken down, there was actually also another government account, another presidential account, which posted a video, right? And the tweet was actually a quote from the video. And what we saw was that the president's tweet was taken down and the video was taken down a day later, right? And whilst the president's tweet was taken down, you could actually still see it via quoted retweets for up to 48 hours after. So there's one thing that the row between the Nigerian government and Twitter has brought to light, and that's the fact that content moderation is inconsistent. And unfortunately, that seems to be where the Nigerian government seems to be focusing their energies. So when they say misinformation and hate speech is being spread on the platform, they're focusing on an individual known as Nnamdi Kanu. And he's the leader of a proscribed group who doesn't just use Twitter, he uses YouTube, he uses Facebook, he uses Instagram, he uses radio, even more than he uses Twitter. And that sort of helps you understand that, you know, the Nigerian government isn't really being as honest as they're presenting when they say that the reason why they banned this is to protect, you know, Nigerians' corporate existence. So you did ask about the political implications, considering the fact that Twitter is such a crucial tool for activists in Nigeria. And what I think is, or what we've seen is that activists will always use a platform. It doesn't really matter if there's a ban or if the internet itself is switched off, they will figure out a way to use it. I think, you know, for most people, the concern is the economic impact. And so you've got lots of small businesses, you've got larger businesses who, one yesterday tweeted that they were tweeting from Ghana, right? So are social media managers going to be losing their jobs? Businesses are afraid, you know, to tweet, because we know what the Nigerian government is like, right? Everybody's being watched. And even though, you know, the government says that they're not going to be arresting individuals who tweet, we know that business will definitely suffer. But in terms of political use, could you just come back? Could you go over the question again, please?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to ask you what the implications would be for activists, for opposition candidates, but you have explained that people are still using the platform, which is obviously what we'd expect, although the government has sort of implied that the use of VPNs is potentially punishable, although we're not really sure what's going to happen there. But I essentially just wanted to ask you what you think the consequences of this ban will be for the likes of activists and opposition candidates who we've seen do use Twitter to spread messages.
Yeah, thank you. So the leading opposition party, the PDP, their members in the National Assembly decided to create a joint account on Twitter. So they're tweeting, they're defying the ban. Activists, like I said, activists are still tweeting. It's going to cost a lot more money in terms of, you know, battery power, in terms of, you know, repeat charging of phones. Some people are paying for VPNs, but activists will always find a way to get their voices out there.
Right.
Yeah.
So thank you, Rosemary. So Khadija, I actually wanted to follow up on something that Rosemary mentioned. She was speaking about content moderation. And I know that you have said in the past that content moderation, particularly on Facebook, I know we were speaking about Twitter, but on Facebook in North African countries is severely lacking. And one can imagine that it's relatively easy to then manipulate social media and spread disinformation when there's little moderation, you know, particularly in times of conflict when facts are sometimes hard to come by. I wanted to ask you if you've noticed foreign and internal actors using this lack of moderation to their advantage, and if so, what you think needs to be done to remedy the situation. I mean, obviously, I think we can both agree that banning an entire social media platform is not necessarily the answer to this kind of issue. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Actually, foreign actors try to hide using the modern Arabic. So the people that they're using, the outsourcing or the admins that they're using can be from any kind of country, and their accents will be hidden if they stick to modern Arabic. It's the domestic players, the religious figures, the domestic actors, either political, militias, armed groups, that use the difference in dialects to kind of hide their speech from the moderators or the content moderation automation system. And they usually do that when they're trying to either send a mob to somebody or incite some sort of violence or incite some sort of call to action. And they'll do it leaning on the dialect and not the modernized versions of Arabic. And I think that's harder for these content moderation automated systems to pick up, because it'll imply something. It won't be very explicit. It'll use imagery to kind of fill in the gaps of anything that's missing in the text. And I've reported many of these examples where the person is specifically in front of a victim's house and basically threatening them, their children, with death or just to burn down their house. And time again, these systems won't pick it up and will say there's nothing wrong with this. And it will continue even if the text is kind of like a bit inflammatory. But yeah, I would say it was mostly domestic actors, and foreign usually stick to kind of hiding in like really well-written Arabic. And sometimes that's how you kind of tell the difference between them.
So that's really interesting. From what I gather from you now, the local actors are getting around things by implying content or using images that the content moderation software can't pick up on. So I actually want to turn to Tundi now. Tundi, Media Monitoring Africa has this Real 411 platform, which allows citizens to report disinformation. There's an evaluation process. A complaint can then be labeled disinformation, hate speech, etc. And in certain cases, it can be forwarded to the police or the Human Rights Commission. Do you think that South Africa, and by extension, Africa and the rest of the world, need more of these civil society organizations where you can report disinformation, say the kind of disinformation that Khadija might see, that content moderation software might not pick up on, but a real person would pick up on? Or do you think governments should be doing more? What would implementing policies around disinformation, what would that look like? And do you think that in South Africa or in other countries on the continent that might backfire?
So I'm really glad that you're raising the issue of content regulation and regulation in general, because it's exactly why, or one of the big reasons why we developed the Real 411 platform. And it is because it's a complete, independent, multi-stakeholder approach to countering or combating disinformation. We deal with 4 different categories of what we call digital offenses, being disinformation, hate speech, incitement to violence, and harassment of journalists specifically. And we really feel that you cannot leave it up to governments to regulate platforms and regulate social media. You can't leave it purely up to the platforms to regulate, because one of the most challenging issues around any kind of regulation is the local context. And that plays such a big role in not being able to have, one blanket regulation that applies to all contexts. What is considered hate speech in South Africa is even different to what is considered hate speech in a very close neighboring country such as Kenya. So they are very local issues that need, local solutions. And that is why we feel that Real 411 is a step in the right direction. And, one of the sort of first of its kind in this sort of multi-stakeholder independent approach that is run by civil society. And so absolutely, I think that, we really do need more of these kinds of approaches, because like we have seen in many countries, it's very dangerous when you leave government left to regulate content. You start bordering on issues around freedom of expression and free speech and media freedom as well, which is why we take our sort of local legislation, apply it to how we assess the complaints, and then take action. And we also fit the Real 411 system into existing structures. So you mentioned, in extreme cases, the content could get forwarded to the police, or in more or in extreme cases, bodies like our South African Human Rights Commission that already deal with what would be considered offline regulations and policies. So we have policies around hate speech. So we leverage off those existing pieces of legislation to assist in combating online content.
Thank you so much, Tani. That was a wonderful explanation. So, Hopal, I wanted to move to you. You have experienced being arrested. You sort of streamed your arrest or broadcast your arrest on social media, and you know, the government has tried to prevent you from tweeting certain things as well. So I wanted to ask you your thoughts on whether or not governments should potentially set up policies around disinformation, or do you agree with Thandi that this might be used to back up regimes or to censor the journalists like yourself?
Thank you very much. I totally agree with Thandi, because we already have a constitution and we have laws of the land that govern how we interact with each other. And places like Twitter and Facebook are just platforms, just like newspapers and TV stations, which are regulated using the constitution. The problem that we will end up having is regimes like the one that we have here in Zimbabwe, led by Emmerson Mnangagwa, will use that as they're trying to do at the moment. After I was arrested in July, I was arrested again in November and again in January, using laws that don't even exist to effect those arrests. And now what they're trying to do is to come up with a law called the Patriot Act, where they say it is illegal to criticize the president, because the argument, which is very flawed, is that if you criticize the president, you are criticizing the person that is representing the country, so you're being unpatriotic. So the use of such laws is going to make it difficult for people like myself working in repressive regimes like Zimbabwe, because, for instance, in Zimbabwe, we're the only country on the continent that has only one TV station. And what happens now is we rely on social media platforms like Twitter. If I post a video of this discussion tonight, by the end of the evening, it have been watched by over 60,000 people. And yet, if you look at the state media instruments that are controlled by the state, like the biggest daily newspaper in Zimbabwe is called the Herald, its circulation is under 5,000. And those 5,000 copies are not necessarily bought by people, but they're given to government departments for free. So they quite understand that social media has become the opportune platform for people to continue with whether it's political or economic discourse, and allowing them to bring legislation that will give them control, like what happened in Nigeria, will be very detrimental to our craft as journalists. If you look at what happened in 2019 in Zimbabwe in January, there was a protest that took place. Young people were protesting against the increase of fuel prices, and internet was shut down. It had a huge economic impact, and I'm sure, as our colleague has explained about Nigeria, there's also an economic impact in Nigeria. In Zimbabwe, there was a company which had a contract with Safaricom, which is a Kenyan company, which runs the biggest business on the continent. It was affected because, as we all know, mobile money uses the internet. So there are huge implications, not just in terms of repression, but in terms of economics, because dictatorships are ready to shut down the internet or to use repressive laws, regardless of the economic consequences to nations.
Thank you, Hopal. You actually touched on something pretty much answering my next question, but I'm going to pass over to Rosemary now, who again is calling from phone. We have seen, as Hopal mentioned, we've seen an increase in internet shutdowns on the continent, particularly ahead of elections. In Uganda, very recently, we saw first social media access was throttled, and then access to the internet entirely was shut down, which, as Hopal has mentioned, is particularly alarming in a number of countries on the continent, because people rely on social media to get information. I wanted to talk to you about the impact preventing access to social media has on democracy, particularly considering Nigeria's current situation where they've blocked Twitter. What do you think preventing access to social media ahead of elections, or just in general, as Nigeria has done, how does that affect democracy?
Ooh. Hi again. So, I mean, across Africa, governments have been harassing or abducting journalists or shutting down media organizations for years. And so it's not exactly a surprise that we're seeing increasing attempts to censor social media or the internet, right? And one key reason why governments shut down the internet, particularly during elections, is their inability to control narratives and their poor understanding of online harms and how to address them, right? And in some cases, the media blackout or a social media blackout is put in place to hide electoral malpractices or violence perpetrated by the state. But in terms of the impact, I would say if you look at Nigeria, we've seen, at least going back 10 years, that young people have leveraged social media to boost voter registration. It's been used to encourage voters to stay at their polling units after they've cast their votes, to monitor the counts, to submit live reports, photographs of results. We've seen opposition leaders, smaller parties use social media as their campaign platforms, because you've got 36 states and the capital, and it's, for a lot of them, it's cheaper to use social media. And we're also beginning to see the rise of audio platforms, right? So you can practically hold a rally on, say, Clubhouse or Twitter Spaces or, Facebook Live. And what we do know is that the state, which is part of, or the government, which is part of the ruling party, they have the machinery of the state. They've got national media, they've got national radio, they have their well-resourced to fund, media campaigns. And if social media is, or if, smaller political actors are denied the use of social media, it then means that the ruling party and their candidates do have an upper hand in terms of narratives and campaigning. But also you deny, activists and election monitors from doing their work.
Thank you, Rosemary. I actually, we saw that quite recently in Tanzania, where the opposition parties, when the internet was shut down, they didn't have the ability to campaign, to connect with people in voting booths, to try and get people on the ground, or to take evidence of any alleged vote tampering, anything like that. So I completely agree with you that it's definitely used to government's advantages, and the fact that governments have been increasingly shutting down internet access and preventing citizens from accessing social media directly ahead of elections does imply how important social media is for democracy on the continent. So I wanted to ask Khadija, have you noticed, I've been told since starting this job that disinformation and digital propaganda are low on the list of things that the African continent should be worried about, and that we should be focusing on more important things. But I'm going to completely ignore that and ask you what you think the impact disinformation, sort of influence operations and digital propaganda have on African countries. Obviously, you can speak to North Africa. And if you've seen an uptick in the number of foreign and, as you've mentioned, internal influence operations targeting African countries?
I think it depends on a base by base, country by country basis. For example, if you have Tunisia, most of the influence operations targeting them from the Gulf are quite, they don't work on the domestic market. People are very politically savvy. They know their political standing. They know the different narratives. They know when like a campaign is happening, if it's from Abir Musa, if it's supporting Abir Musa, or if it's supporting local journalists who are going against specific political topics. Like the general public is aware of political maneuvering that takes the method of disinformation online. I think even in their elections that passed, it was a issue of political ads and sort of small-scale disinformation. On the Libya side, I think it's much different. You've got conflict going on. You've got a tense political transition. You've got warring parties. You've got armed groups. You've got more than 70% of the country being online. And most of those people using Facebook as a way to get their news. You've had 40 years of dictatorship where the media wasn't really the media, it wasn't neutral, it wasn't objective, it was a propaganda mouthpiece. So even before people were online, they had disinformation. They had the regime kind of pushing out 20 different stories on something. So it's part of the cultural kind of background. And then people go online. And the past 10 years have just been kind of like a rumor mill of 20 different versions of one event. So it's like, what really happened? It's really hard, even for me now, like to figure out what actually happened when there's 10 versions of something, even when there's video. So I think it's a high priority for Libya. And I think for each country, we should be allowed to kind of like tell the story and be able to say, okay, this is a high priority, this isn't. And I don't think we should treat the continent all in one brush. But I get what you mean when politicians come out and say, this isn't a high priority for us, because either they're using it for their political gain or they just do not want attention on it. Yeah, I would go back to saying it really depends on the different circumstances of each country. Sometimes it's very critical and it leads to a lot of offline harm and a lot of instability, as is the case with some countries. And in others, it's completely controlled by the governments, and they use it for their benefit in different methods and techniques. And in other countries, the political maturity of the nation is just well enough to be able to avoid a lot of the damages that come with disinformation.
Thank you. I completely agree with you. Representing, Africa as a single country, it's a difficult thing to do. I just following on from what you've said about sort of getting that story and that information out there, I wanted to ask Thandi, how do you go about refuting the disinformation that's sent through to you? Is Thandi still on? Have we lost Thandi? Okay, never mind. I'll move on. I did just want to make sure that everybody knows that we have a US spy in our midst. Hopeful, you have been called an agent of the US working to destroy the Zimbabwean government by a network of accounts that are referred to as the Varakashi, which in English is the destroyers. Now, it seems to be commonly accepted that these keyboard destroyers are working on behalf of the Zimbabwean government for President Mnangagwa. I wanted to ask you, as someone who has, I'm sure everybody on this panel has been targeted by trolls, but I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are on governments using social media to target activists and journalists, and if you think that this is something that governments are increasingly doing, and the harms that this presents.
Thank you. I think this is what a lot of governments are increasingly doing. In our case in Zimbabwe, President Emmerson Mnangagwa specifically gave an instruction publicly that Varakashi go out there and Rakasha them, which is go out there and destroy them, essentially to fight against what he perceives to be information that harmed his campaign and continues to harm his presidency, according to what he's saying. But essentially what these people do are part of the disinformation and misinformation team. What they want to do is to create a certain narrative. So for instance, if people point out to the economic decay in Zimbabwe, if they point out to the crooked and corrupt rule that is in Zimbabwe, if they point towards the looting of government funds and the plan of the nation's natural resources, these destroyers, they will come and point you towards what they call sanctions against Zimbabwe. And yet, when you look on the ground, like what I did last year, I was able to expose that almost $60 million was targeted to be looted by the political elites from the ruling party and by people who were around President Emerson Mnangagwa. So these trolls, what they tend to do is to play dirty. They will throw into the public domain that is not correct. Before I was arrested and after and even now, they will go and throw something that would distract the citizen who perhaps might not be discerning to understand what's going on. They will start talking about how Hopewell Chingono is a paid agent of the United States of America, which of course is ludicrous. Or they will say someone who's as heterosexual as I people from the main discourse that is supposed to be taking place. And this has a huge impact, especially as we get into elections, because the government will continuously put into the public realm information that is not correct, information that is peddled by trolls. And their latest tool that they're using is they know that platforms like Facebook, they use algorithms. So if, let's say, 500 people complain about a particular post, Facebook will automatically remove the post. And that's what they've been doing in Zimbabwe. And they've also been going to Twitter using the algorithm system as well, where they will go and report something that they perceive to be truthful, but something that might be damaging to their client, Emerson Mnangagwa, the president or the government of Zimbabwe. And then accounts were being suspended until we started writing to Twitter executives to say, look at these specific issues. Why is this account being closed down? It seems the majority of the accounts that are being closed down are linked to democracy activists, they're linked to progressives or people in civil society or journalists. So it's something that we have to learn to live with and learn to manage. We know that governments like Russia and China, they invest in troll farms for dictatorships in Africa. Zimbabwe is no exception. In Uganda, it happened. They even went to a point where the Israeli WhatsApp for the Ugandan government. So there is technology for everything that is encrypted and meant to protect us as users and as citizens. There's someone else, especially with the Israelis, who is developing something that they are ready to sell to governments.
Thank you, Hopewell. That's fantastic. I see that we have about 11 minutes left. So I am just looking at some of the questions that we have here. Thandi, are you back with us? I don't see your visual, but are you here on audio perhaps? Okay, so Khadija, Hopewell, and Rosemary, I think it's just the three of us. I have a question which I believe is directed towards Rosemary. This says, reflecting on China's Belt and Road Initiative, how do Muslim communities in Nigeria, for example, feel about China's attitude towards Islam? Further out, could there be a concern over copies of digital Great Walls being leased to governments in the future, replicating the one TV station model that Hopewell spoke about for national internets?
Hi, Tessa. Actually, I'm going to apologize, but that question is well outside the scope of my knowledge and experience.
That's totally fine, no problem. Let's move on then to another question. I have, again, this would probably have been a good question for Tandy, but I'm going to say maybe either Rosemary or Khadija, you're welcome to jump in. If African governments are not willing to genuinely engage social media giants on curbing disinformation, should we rely on a sense of responsibility from these firms themselves in order to help stop the spread? If yes or no, how can African media engage relevant stakeholders in beginning or carrying on the conversations? Perhaps Rosemary or Khadija, would either of you be willing to take on that question? I know it's a little bit difficult in that it's sort of referencing African governments kind of again as one homogenous organization. But the question seems to be revolving around whether or not, if governments are not willing to engage social media giants on curbing disinformation, should we rely on a sense of responsibility from the firms themselves in order to help stop the spread?
I'll just jump in. Like most times, depending on the country, either the government is authoritarian or there's more than one government, or the government wants to promote its own agenda. I wouldn't trust it to kind of solely make these decisions, but I wouldn't trust the platforms either, because at the end of it, either they don't want to say how bad the disinformation is on a realistic level, or if they actually do want to do something about it, they don't have enough context on the ground to be able to understand the damage or the harm. And even though they have the resources, I don't think they are interested to put more resources. And it's always looking at it from a kind of westernized lens, which I have a problem with. If you're going to look at an African country, if you're going to look at any country, look at it with new eyes. Don't bring the baggage that or the research that you've done in another country and cookie cutter it on top. And I think that's the problem with the policies that we have now. So I don't know, content moderation experts probably have debated this, but I don't think the answer solely lies with tech firms, and I don't think the answer lies with governments. But yeah.
Thank you, Khadija.
I just wanted to build. Wanted to build on that, and I agree with Khadija, in the sense that, in my experience, one of the things, and I know for a lot of people in this space, not just on the African continent, but in Asia, in the Middle East, what we found is that our governments are actually the largest and the most resourced bad actor on social media. And you then have a problem when you think that these are the same entities that will engage with the platforms, right? So that's one. Another is that I think it's not necessarily that countries are refusing to engage. I think a lot of the people in leadership don't understand social media. They simply see it as a platform where young people disrespect them. They don't understand. They don't understand the language of social media. They don't understand the language of content moderation or the platforms. And I think in a lot of cases, the platforms also don't understand how to engage with African governments, right? Facebook took down the same post that Twitter did. Facebook didn't get banned, Twitter did, right? And it's the way in which they engage with the government that has sort of protected Facebook. So it's great to see that Tandy is back, but I definitely believe that you need a multi-stakeholder approach. You need some people from government, you need civil society, you need researchers, you need activists, platforms as well, all to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Yeah, welcome back, Tandy. So I'm not sure if you will have heard, but Khadija actually mentioned not necessarily having a sort of cookie cutter approach to tackling disinformation in Africa when we have, you know, taken our research from, say, investigating disinformation in America or in Russia. I wanted to ask you if you think that we should maybe have an Africa-centered or Africa-based approach. Again, potentially looking at Africa, if we were maybe to divide it into different sections, because obviously Arabic-speaking Africa has different issues to English-speaking Africa. So do you think maybe we should try and forge a different type or a different approach to tackling these kind of issues, as opposed to modeling our approach of what the research that's already been done in the West? Thandi, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I disconnected. My internet crashed and it was one of those moments. Sorry, could you just repeat that really quickly? I know we're running out of time.
No problem. My question was just, I know you didn't hear it, but Khadija spoke to not having a cookie cutter approach to tackling disinformation in Africa. And I wanted to know if you thought perhaps we should try and forge a new way of looking at disinformation and digital propaganda on the continent, or if we were to potentially break the continent up into the different languages, the different sections where people speak different languages, and maybe try and approach it from a different way, kind of an Africa-centered way. This is one of our questions from one of our guests, as opposed to looking at it from a Western eye, where we've already done a lot of research and we have tools to look at disinformation.
Absolutely. I mean, I completely agree that you can't just have one blanket approach that will solve everyone's problems, you know. I think that although having said that, the concept of disinformation and the concept of propaganda is still theoretically the same thing. I mean, for us, the concept of disinformation is around sharing false information with the intention to cause public harm. So I think if we look at that as one of the key roots of the issue, we do then need to be quite flexible in how we approach solving the problem. And that's why a platform such as Real 411 is able to adapt to different local contexts. So you apply different measures and different tests to identify what is disinformation and what action can be taken. And I think that absolutely an African approach to solving our own problems is really the best way to go. We can't rely on existing tools because we are where we are, and it's clearly still a problem. So we need far more innovative solutions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Thandi. So we have about a minute and a half left. I think rather than going on to another question, I'm going to just thank everyone very much for joining in this panel. I really appreciate it. I know, Thandi, unfortunately you did drop off, but we do appreciate you joining us again. So thank you so much, Hopewell, Thandi, Khadija, and Rosemary for joining us and for your insights into looking at disinformation on the continent. I had a wonderful time speaking to all of you, and I hope that our viewers enjoyed this conversation. So thank you very much, and I will pass on to my colleagues back in DC.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tessa, and to all of the experts discussing disinformation on the continent. Part of making progress on disinformation is understanding the global nature of the challenge and actually engaging with people in every part of the world. As people in different communities, cultures, and regions confront new forms of online harms, we all benefit from learning from their innovations and responses. I'm excited to turn now to a session looking specifically at the gaps in our understanding and standards for our work across the study of information ecosystems around the world and especially online. So now over to the DFRLab's Alyssa Can for Misinformation.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our panel, Misinformation, Gaps in Online Research.
As researchers and practitioners combating disinfo, influence operations, and other online harms, we rely on open source research to do our work and help promote public digital literacy. Yet open source research is only ever as good as the sources of info that are publicly available, and that's becoming more complicated than ever. Data access from tech companies changes based on the company's whims, not the public and researchers' needs. And disinfo spreading actors have increasingly migrated to messaging apps and less openly accessible online places. What are the current challenges facing open source research today, and how can we move past them? I'm joined today by experts in technology, journalism, and research who approach this intersectional topic from all angles. Daniel Acosta Ramos is an investigative researcher at First Draft, where he's focused on Latinx and Spanish-speaking communities in the US. He's a journalist who's worked with media and NGOs to fight misinformation in his home country of Venezuela. Luis Marie Herrera is the digital security program lead at Igarape Institute, a think tank focused on security in Brazil. She's also a PhD researcher in data, networks, and society who's done research on internet governance, privacy, security, and more. Joanna Rohozinska is the resident director of Transatlantic Strategy at the International Republican Institute. She oversees their Beacon project, which focuses on democracy building and has developed a unique media monitoring tool to help them and partners do narrative tracking. Yoel Roth is the head of site integrity at Twitter, where he leads teams to detect and mitigate all sorts of threats, including misinformation and state-backed influence operations. He did his PhD dissertation research on the intersection of privacy, safety, and self-expression in online dating apps. Alicia Wanless is the director at the Carnegie Endowment's Partnership for Countering Influence Operations, which seeks to answer challenging policy questions about influence operations and better measure influence operations through research and cross-disciplinary collaborations. So we'll dive right in. Currently, what challenges exist for those who work with openly available data? Are data access trends over time heading in the wrong direction? Do you all have examples of work that was hampered by open data no longer being available? We'll hear from all the panelists, starting with Daniel.
Thank you for the invitation. And is data getting harder to find? Is our work as researchers getting harder? And the answer is yes. And this is clear when we see this trend of open data being either harder to get or basically being held hostage by not only platforms, but other developers, right? So, and we see this every single day when we're trying to research, for instance, vaccine misinformation, when we try to see which companies or which organizations are placing ads in the internet to promote anti-vaccine content, and as that content is not determined across the board to be political. We have some platforms that will let us see which ads have been placed, but others don't. So our research and getting to this data is getting more complicated. And as you said, the migration of bad actors to closed messaging apps is also a problem. And I think it's a good time to say that it's not only a problem for us researchers to get that data, but also reflecting on how getting this data can affect researchers' mental health and the vicarious trauma that can get into it. Because we see, and every day we see problematic spaces, we see terrible content in the darkest corners of the internet, and that also has an effect, a human effect on the people doing this research. So I think, yes, our work is getting harder. And sadly, yes, we have pieces of research that have been affected for unclear, opaque policies by platforms and other projects that work getting this data to us.
Yeah, those are great points. Louise, I'm curious, what are your thoughts?
Definitely. I mean, I agree 100% with what Daniel just said. I think it is becoming more and more difficult to do research. At the same time, you know, we have to be innovative of the digital and the methods that we use to kind of actually continue researching. I think the biggest question is, how do we continue researching? Because as we know, these kind of changes are kind of happening, you know, every now and then. So I think there is this adaptability element that is crucial to kind of just doing research in this space. And I would definitely say that there is, from the research community, kind of academia, there is a lack also of cross-pollination in terms of research methods. I think sometimes there is this kind of, oh, I use OSINT, I use these tools, and there's the other folks that are doing kind of network-focused research. And I think coming from the kind of the perspective of Brazil's kind of research community, I think there is a lot of kind of gaps that we're trying to kind of figure out and kind of think about how does it mean to actually use, OSINT and different tools together with, ethnographic methods that require you to just stay a while in these spaces sometimes and use other types of kind of methods to actually research influence operations. And I would also say, like, from personal experience, I was working with a group of other kind of scholars on looking at COVID misinformation, specifically on Instagram, and looking at how pro and anti-science narratives were proliferating in these spaces. And we were like, how do we start? I mean, should we look at the stories? How do we understand the stories? So these kinds of configurations of these different platforms kind of make it very, very hard to just think about what kinds of methods we need to mobilize to actually answer the questions that we need to answer in a moment that we're living in, deep political crises, for example. So these are just some of the elements that perhaps just to start the conversation on challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. So Joanna, IRI's Beacon project has made a proprietary media monitoring tool to track narratives. Has this in part been a response to not being able to access data easily? What are your thoughts?
Yes, and hi, thank you very much for having me, and for a very analog, old-fashioned reason, which means that much of the data available and much of the social media space is English dominated. And so once you start working in languages that are outside of that, the smaller the language, the more difficult it is. And I mean, so I have to say, in fairness, the tool that we developed, we ended up retiring it because it's a different, interesting case study of the limitations of civic tech. But the reason why we created it was precisely that, was that we needed something to be able to access data in smaller languages, and especially if anybody's familiar with Slavic languages, with all the declensions within Slavic languages, which makes searching that much more difficult. So this is what we ended up. But what's interesting is that perhaps this is also going to be some lessons learned, interestingly, for the dilemma that this community is facing now with the shortages of data. A lot of the organizations and entities that we have worked with come from a sociological and anthropological background, which means that they have an analog approach to research. And for them, the other side, learning how to do data analysis and learning how to do data scraping was in fact kind of like a build out on the tool. But we have found that this kind of more holistic approach, looking at not just data, but also all the other pieces, have actually maybe help them buffer this this closing space, because for them it was always a little bit closed anyways. So I think that, I mean, it still creates like a global dilemma, obviously, and hearing what everybody is saying. But yeah, perhaps it also gives an opportunity to be a little bit more innovative and perhaps slip away from using data as a bit of a crutch and a bit of golden ring that kind of answers everything, because that often data only gives part of the story and it doesn't give everything. And you do need to have like a good contextual understanding of the narratives that Louise was talking about, because words are only words. You have to understand what they mean in the specific context that you're looking at. And to date, I have not seen an AI tool that supplants a human intelligence. So I think that maybe it's taking a little bit of a step back.
Yeah, that contextual fluency is so critical and yet often so hard to acquire. So Yoel, speaking of global dilemmas, Twitter has a huge user base across the world. How has Twitter kind of conceived of data access and made that possible? What are the challenges there?
Sure. First, Alyssa, thank you so much for organizing this. I'm really excited about this panel. I think when we think of access to data at Twitter, we have a long-standing tradition of making available access to all of the public content on our platform to researchers. The Twitter APIs are the dominant source of data for people who are studying social media. There's been some studies out there that have looked at academic papers that are published studying social media, And if you add up the number of papers studying every single other platform on the internet, that's almost equal to the number of papers studying Twitter. And for us, that's a source of pride. We're glad that we can enable that. But I also think it's a problem for the research community because it represents a convenience sample. I think as there's increasingly a divide between the level of access that's available from public platforms, and especially platforms that make it a point to support research, which Twitter does, by no means perfectly, but we do try to do it, and platforms that are a bit more closed, you're going to see research that gravitates increasingly in a direction of where can we get the data and evidence that we need to try and draw the conclusions we're looking to make. And when research follows the data, it's going to bias to the types of platforms that can supply it. And so you end up with research that reflects the threat actors and threat models of a platform like Twitter, which are certainly relevant and are impactful in the world, but by no means represent the entire threat landscape of social media. And so I think one of the key points for us to focus on is what can we identify as being the characteristics of effective access to data? And I think there's some things we can draw from Twitter's approach here that are instructive. And then more importantly, what can we do to try and even this out a little bit more? Maybe starting with the biggest players in the ecosystem, but also trying to figure out what the access model ought to be in a more forward-looking way so that we can try and avoid this kind of bifurcation of access to data from a small number of platforms and then everybody else who's increasingly closed.
Yeah. So Alicia, on that note, PCIO has done a lot of work looking at how to collaborate and connect industry and academia. Could you speak on that?
I could try and speak to some of the results that we've had in doing that work. Coming back to the gaps currently and the challenges faced by investigators and researchers at large. I mean, what we've seen in some of our community surveys and other efforts to engage multi-stakeholder communities is one, there is a lack of diversity and there is a lack of bridges between communities. We've been finding that consistently in trying to identify researchers in other parts of the world and whose papers tend to dominate even on those regions. They're not usually locals. And this is quite problematic. The second thing is that there's a lack of core funding. So what we've heard from many other initiatives is that most funding is project-based. So everybody's working project to project and then trying to find the next round of funding. That's just not very sustainable, and it's not going to give us a good long-term perspective as people are trying to prove that whatever they've just done was successful and should get some more money for it. The last thing on the investigation side, which tends to be problematic, is that there's a lack of research standards. There are more and more handbooks that are coming up, but there's no universal standards for how these investigations are conducted. Unlike academic research, much of the investigative work happens outside of a peer review process, but that doesn't really matter for media. It's still very sensational and it tends to get coverage regardless. So two key areas where we have big gaps are how do you make attributions if you're not entirely certain or even partially certain? Should that be happening? And the second thing is a mistake for what is correlation for causation. So there's lots of claims that because something happened that it led to this. Now, overall, the lack of data access, which is a persistent problem, has bearing on our understanding of certain things. So like you all was saying, we get a lot of piecemeal research on case studies about specific campaigns, but we don't really understand how the information environment works as a system in total. And we're not going to get there unless we can have deeper access across platforms to understand the spread and how that changes things. The second thing is we really don't understand very well the effects of influence operations, particularly when social media is involved. As you all had said, there is some research out there. It does skew towards Twitter, but that's not, the most used social media platform in most countries. So this is problematic for understanding of effects. And moreover, understanding of effects is focused on short-term effects as a result. So we don't know the longer term effects of social media being involved with influence operations. And lastly, we know very little about the efficacy of interventions. The majority of research that's been conducted is looking at fact checking and some of the disclosure and labeling, but not much else, and very little on social media again. And why data access? It's not just about giving data access in these cases. This requires a certain level of research collaboration, protection for researchers who get involved in this so that they're not being compromised by their collaboration with platforms. It's ongoing access, and moreover, an ability to understand what tweaks platforms have made in the middle of those studies to know if they're starting to affect the outcome.
Yeah, those are all amazing and very, very prescient points. Attribution is an issue across the field, and the lack of standards is something we're all, I think, working on in different ways towards overcoming. So I want to pivot here and to kind of take some of those loose ends and talk about the ideal level of data access here. So what would, in an ideal world, how should social media companies be governed regarding data access? And how would that access specifically be granted in ways which prevent bad faith actors from abusing data? I want to start here actually with Yoel, following up on what he mentioned about how Twitter does give, has API access and shares data with researchers, for example, the unhashed election data sets. So how does Twitter conceive of these data sharing practices now? And going forward, you mentioned creating a set of shared standards across social media companies. What would that look like, and what examples from Twitter can be applied to other social media companies?
One of the cardinal principles that we have at Twitter is not just providing transparency, but providing meaningful transparency about our actions and about what's happening on our service. And the key term here is meaningful. What is the information that's going to be relevant for certain studies, for certain constituencies, and that's going to enable researchers, activists, journalists, policymakers to understand the phenomena that they're trying to study and to draw conclusions from them? One of the things that we see as a baseline is access to public information. We offer it programmatically via our APIs. We offer free access to developers. We write protections for researchers into our API TOS, which we believe is absolutely essential. We think that researchers shouldn't have to worry about whether they're going to be on the wrong side of policies created by a corporation that can afford lots of expensive lawyers. We write those protections into our rules from the beginning, and we think that's an important starting point. You have to make sure that researchers have confidence that if they're using your data in accordance with your laid out policies, that they're going to be protected and that those uses are allowed. But that's just the beginning. I think there's lots of other types of data that are important and impactful, but are a lot more challenging to navigate. One category of this is information about accounts that are removed for violations of a company's terms of service. This sort of becomes, in some situations, a bit of a cat and mouse game between platforms and researchers to see who can find something first. And it's kind of like, if the researchers find it first, then they can publish an article about it, and then the platforms are sort of caught flat-footed and have to remove it. The platforms catch it first, then we take it down, and maybe nobody will see it. At Twitter, we've tried to step outside that a little bit, especially in the domain of disinformation, by releasing data sets about the accounts that we've removed, where we are able to confidently attribute them to government influence operations. But there's lots of other spaces where things violate platform rules and would still be of interest to researchers, things that can't clearly be attributed, or terrorism and violent extremism, for instance. These are absolutely essential spaces, but they're ones where we still have some challenges and some unevenness about access. I don't think there are clear solutions to this. Our approach has been to sort of push the boundaries of some of the global privacy regulations and make this data available, because we think there's no way to do this work and not make it available. But I don't think there are clear answers that are going to work for every platform in every situation. But I do think platforms should be pushing themselves on how they can make data about this type of activity available.
Yeah, and Danielle, so you mentioned misinformation circulating on WhatsApp. So chat platforms kind of present researchers with unique challenges. Is this really a necessary needed limit to open source research? Because these platforms can't really be researched without infringing on privacy and users' rights. And what do you see kind of as an ideal level of access given these challenges?
I think the ideal level of access bears more transparency across all platforms, right? And not just transparency on what data can be available, but transparency of the standards in which platforms give that data to researchers. And I mentioned before that, for instance, some platforms, when some platforms consider ads to be political, those are treated differently. Well, that process in which the platforms consider those ads being political needs to be more transparent across the board, not only, let's say, Facebook, Twitter, but Google, YouTube, and others. And when you mention, and this is, I think is something important, when you mention bad actors getting their hands in that data, that is a risk that, yes, it's present, it's real, but we have to be honest. Bad actors, misinformation spreaders, chronic disinformation spreaders are looking for that data, and as it's a real analogy, but as the researchers do, they also want to know and have their hands on the data. So I think that is a risk that not only researchers but activists, platforms have to measure. But overall, more transparency is needed. And when it comes to encrypted conversations such as WhatsApp, there's really little that we can do. For instance, we know that there are semi-closed groups that you can analyze, but it's still really difficult. And I think bad actors notice, and they have changed their strategies to match that privacy.
Yeah, that's an important point. It's almost like there's this cycle where we release information about disinformation and malicious actors, and then those actors know that we have that information and pivot their tactics. So our field pivots tactics, and it's a kind of never-ending game of cat and mouse. So Louise, you've done work on internet governance and research on privacy security. What are your thoughts on how this data access should ideally be granted in a way that prevents or lessens bad actor access?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a turn over here, because I think we're talking a lot about the platform itself. And I'd just like to get on Alicia's point about cross-platform understandings, just because to understand how these misinformation or influence operations occur, we're not just talking about the platform itself. We're talking about being able to trace and understand trends that transcend different platforms, and sometimes are not even specific to a particular platform. You know, most of the times we're looking, and as a researcher, we're looking at different points of different data sources, right? So I think the challenge over here is a multidimensional one, is one of gaining access to that data through, you know, more transparent guidelines, to being able to protect the researcher, things that we already talked about. But I think it also comes from a transformation on academia, for example, of being more aware of these kind of researches, of, you know, just basic things, which are not that basic, of like getting ethics boards to actually be more sensitive to the methodologies that are being applied to these researches. So I've, you know, just from experience, I've been in touch with different researchers that have been doing, for example, research on encrypted messaging apps. And sometimes in politically sensitive environments, we're talking about covert research, which is always a huge challenge in terms of both the protection of the researcher, because if the researcher is known, then you're not going to be able to actually understand what was happening over there, and you might be kind of shut off of a particular group. So I think it comes down to like these very practical aspects that includes platforms. It's not restricted just to that, to gaining access. But if we really want to understand an information ecosystem, we need to look at that, and we need a more transparent approach from that, with clearer guidelines that also protect researchers. We need an innovation from kind of academia and from research institutions. And we also need to kind of consider governments, right? We're sometimes looking at different kind of data portals from governments. And just to give an example, over in Brazil, the whole of the .gov kind of domain was updated. All of the websites from the government were updated a while ago. And that meant that most of the databases were like, we lost access to a lot of data in that process. So it's kind of a very practical example also of how do we understand the continuity of access to data across these different environments. So I just wanted to kind of zoom out, because I think, you know, sometimes we're so concerned with the platform, which I think it's very important, and you all and others have already brought in amazing points. But I do think that when we're doing research in the everyday life, I think it always comes to kind of how do you manage all of these different kind of boxes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Zooming out is absolutely critical. So Joanna, I'm curious, what are your thoughts?
Zooming out, I think that, I mean, a lot of the points that have already been made, that obviously it's good to have like the cross platforms. I think that one thing to keep in mind is that there's no such thing as a perfect policy. And I think that because there's so many different operating environments, I have seen often the best intended transparency policies, which I do. I'm a very firm believer in the transparency, but there's always collateral damage, right? So you do have to remember that some of the people and organizations and groups that depend on the heavy encrypted are working in incredibly oppressive operating environments. And so the bad actors aren't always necessarily the users. The bad actors are sometimes the governments that want access to the users as well. So it's one of those things to keep in mind, right? I mean, I think that one of the best examples so far that could be probably learned from is the incredibly laudable anti-terrorist legislation for banking transparency in Europe. But what has ended up happening is that it's ended up closing bank accounts for human rights organizations working in the former Soviet Union, right? And having to have offshore accounts because they can't meet the transparency. Requirements. So there's always a double-edged sword, I think, right? And so I would always kind of urge a measured approach instead of rushing forward to actually look at all of these different angles. And I think that for social media companies, I do not envy you. It's one of those things that makes me very happy that I don't have to work for one, because you do have to deal with extremely radically different operating environments and a user base that is so incredibly diverse, and a lot of bad actors that come from very different places, including governments necessarily, who aren't generally regarded as bad actors, but such is the world that we live in. So.
Yeah, those are great points. Do you want to respond to those, or should we pivot to Alicia?
No, I would just note that I think the diversity of user expectations is something we should bear in mind. I think many people who choose to use a public platform like Twitter do so because it's public and because they go seeking an audience that you can find on a platform like Twitter. That's not everybody. And there's going to be divergent expectations of privacy, even within the community of Twitter users, which, as a reminder, is not the entire internet. And so we're actually talking about many different communities of people with different risk profiles, to Joanna's incredibly important point, with different expectations of the publicness or lack thereof of their information, and with different goals for their use of media. And I think that complicates any attempt to create, in sort of a top-down regulatory way, a regime that mandates certain types of access and transparency. It doesn't work in a sense of mapping onto the expectations that people bring to the table here. So an incredibly important intervention, I think, from Joanna.
And Alicia, do you want to pick that up?
Sure. I think, so we're talking a lot here about data access, but very seldom is it articulated what data we're talking about. And there's a lot of different types of data that could be had from social media companies and elsewhere, service providers and things related to the internet. And so part of the issue here is that we don't even really know what data exists internally. Unless you've gone inside and worked with a company, you're probably not going to have that level of insight. And even inside a company, if it's a very big, sprawling one, knowing everything that they have is problematic, is really challenging. And we could be talking here about policy enforcement, user data, things within the platform, how it's tweaked and set up to deliver information. And one of the reasons why we're still in this kind of hole, I think, is that everything is ad hoc. This is an emerging field. So not just fundraising, but partnerships and access to data are all done almost entirely on an ad hoc basis at this point, which isn't really great for consistency. So what's really missing is a wider permanent framework or structure to be able to handle data access over time. So not just in a limited time, so we can see what's actually been changing, but also managing collaboration between industry, researchers, and policymakers. So there is a feedback loop that we're actually managing to govern the information environment in a meaningful way. But then coordinating that is a beast, right? This is about managing the entire process, vetting which researchers should have access. And that doesn't mean they should always have access if they run afoul, but also in the contracting and fundraising to be able to support this level of research. The only thing that comes to mind as being something feasible to handle it at this scale would be the equivalent of a CERN for the information age. a multinational organization funded by several different governments that has cooperation and support from industry across the board, such that we could get to this deeper level of understanding. And if it were to be international, we could actually bake in some of the sensitivities that are missed from having a predominantly North American viewpoint on creating policies in those platforms.
Those are great points. So I'd like to pivot slightly now and look towards the future. So particularly thinking about what Joanna said in regards to authoritarianism and threats to democracies. We've seen entire countries, for example, go offline as governments block social media access to prevent the public from sharing what's happening on the ground. If you were to extend or make any predictions based on the current situation, what do you think is going to be the future of open source research? Danielle, do you want to start?
I think the future is both bright but harder, right? I think not just the data, but the human resource that we need, it's going to find big challenges in the future, and those are not unique to platforms, but there's also unique to the projects that we sort to resolve and the things that we want to show to the world. So I think the challenges have to do with access. The challenges have to do with basically communicating the needs that researchers have to big platforms and governments to find the data that is needed. And I also think, and this is something that we don't usually think about, but it's also important to think about the human tool that this kind of research has on researchers and the big teams and the vicarious drama that might be associated with it. So we have to have several conversations on access, on mental health, and more transparency, but we also need to be having real conversations with other researchers and with other groups that are doing the same research that we are doing in order to, as Alicia said, have a little bit more of a standard across the industry, which is new.
Great. Louisa?
Just picking up on Daniel's point of actually kind of having that conversation across different research communities. I think that is crucial going forward. Just from the experience of PCIO, and I'll just nudge Alicia on that. We had several conversations throughout, last year, which seems like a time vortex right now. But we had several conversations with both Brazilian scholars, but also trying to create that cross-pollination between what does it mean to study influence operations and misinformation campaigns in, let's say, Brazil and in other countries. Is there something there for us to think about cross-pollination of methods and experiences in doing this research in Brazil and doing this research in the US, in other countries? I think there is a lot of gaps in these terms that we are working to kind of fill. And we definitely see, I definitely saw a lot of the benefits of doing that. And I think it's very practical. But again, there is a need for funding in order to create that sustainable element in the longer run. But I would just wanted to kind of stress that point because, for example, in the Brazil's case, there is a lot of, as I said, focus on doing network analysis sometimes, on doing kind of a more investigative journalism approach to misinformation campaigns. But the discussion on attribution, sometimes it's still kind of in the process of developing. I think there is a need for capacity building when it comes to, for example, knowing how to use open source intelligence tools. So these are kind of like gaps that can be filled by these different dialogues, and also building trust with industry at that particular level.
Joanna?
So I wonder about fatigue, frankly. And part of it is just because there are so many conversations happening and within different subgroups, if you want. So yes, there should be more, and there should be more across platforms, but I think that with Alicia, we were talking about this a little while ago, is that, at a certain point, you just unplug and you stop listening, because we've heard the same conversations to a large extent for the past 5-6 years, and it's getting a little tiring. And if it's tiring for us who are engaged in this on a daily basis and quite vested, then you can only imagine that at a certain point, the wider public kind of goes, well, who cares, right? So that's all really interesting, that there's these groups that are meeting on social media and plotting the destruction and the downfall of civilization. But so what are you going to do about it, right? Like, how much data are you going to give us about it? How many investigations are you have? What of it? What comes out of all of it? And in terms of, so I will say full disclosure, so I used to work on the donor side for 15 years. And so I understand what the gaps in financing is and kind of like how, and unfortunately how pragmatically donors do work sometimes, because we have our own donors to report to. And it would be lovely to think that there's going to suddenly be a radical change in approach that would allow these multidisciplinary, international, very long scale and large scale projects to exchange research, but I really don't think that that's going to happen very much. If there's more resources that come from, for example, social media companies, that's one thing, but that comes with its own price as well, right? So I think that it also ends up kind of closing into a cottage industry, because at a certain point you kind of think, so all of these interesting discussions are for who? Who are you aiming them at, and what do you want to do apart from feeding your own community? So I think that this is going to be a little bit of a challenge going through, because I mean, there's also, and it'll be my last point, with the attribution issues, with the kind of blurring of the lines between what intelligence operations are versus homegrown domestic disinformation versus conspiracy theories that are fed by, you know, social dislocation and discontent on a very domestic level for very basic and kind of understandable reasons, it becomes such a difficult thing to start pulling apart that on one hand it's tiring, and on the other hand, a lot of the reason why there's so much confluence is because the root cause or the root question ends up being, so why do people believe these things? And why do they function? And very often the answer is because there are fissures in society that are exacerbated by this kind of disinformation, and it feeds it. But the fix to it is actually really quite complicated and long-term and has nothing to do with the digital world, unfortunately. So I think that, you know, and as there's kind of increasing realizations about that, I think, I won't say that it threatens the entire, but it just means that I think that we have to rethink a little bit how you engage audiences outside of this very specialized audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Data access is one thing, and the offline world is so much thornier, unfortunately. Yoel, closing points?
Yeah, I want to pick up on that point, because I think it's really essential to everything we're talking about here. Having access to data is the first step, but then the question is, who's able to meaningfully shape the public conversation about what that data is actually signifying? To give one concrete example, when Twitter first started publishing our large-scale data sets on state disinformation, the first day that we uploaded you know, a few hundred gigs of content associated with the IRA, I got an email from a number of reporters at different outlets saying, I tried to open these files in Excel on my computer and my laptop crashed. And so even within the community of specialists working on these issues, there's unevenness in terms of access to work with and understand that data. That problem is magnified 10-fold or 100-fold or 1,000-fold when it comes to the public's access to and understanding of this information. And it's absolutely a space of conflict. You see the very bad actors that the open source community and platforms are trying to combat using these disclosures as an opportunity to say, this is bias. They engage in some attempt to work the ref in these situations and say, these are platforms weaponizing transparency to further their own goals. These are groups like Bellingcat weaponizing what they claim is publicly available evidence in order to further a political agenda. And in a space where you can't really work with the data directly because there's not enough RAM in your laptop to open the file in Excel, who's to say? And it kind of creates this ambient environment of uncertainty and unease and distrust, which doesn't get at the offline problems we're trying to address here. So yes, of course, data access is the first step. But the next step is showing up and actually framing the conversation in a way that makes it accessible, because there is a reality external to the conversation about it that's playing out in media. And I think it's really important that the data is brought to bear in those conversations in an effective and successful way.
Absolutely. Alicia.
So, I mean, I agree with everything I've just heard. realistically, I think that this field will continue to grow for a bit, and then it will shrink just like the countering violent extremism world has before it. And this is also part of the problem, is that there are many other fields that could and should be drawn from, but we're not necessarily building that capacity together. And collaboration is great. We obviously need more of that. We need more articulation of standards for investigating the space, but collaborations don't happen in a vacuum. You need some sort of glue that brings them together. And this is generally missing. One of the biggest problems I've seen moving from different sectors is that there's not a lot of great understanding between sectors. We don't have the generalists in between that can make the translation between, say, industry, academia, and policy. And this is a huge gap. And so we kind of have to foster that now in order for this to work. And to our end, what we are trying to do are small bits. We launched an Influence Operations Researchers Guild, which is attempting to bring this community together, articulate these standards together, and then share that knowledge around the world. So.
And on that note, we have a few minutes left, and I'm going to pivot to audience questions. We have one for Yoel. Have there ever been any discussions in Twitter to provide additional unique identifier data for some of your state-sponsored data sets that have been taken down that might include IP login data or the email addresses created and used by inauthentic actors? Since these accounts would be considered state-sponsored and already suspended, would there be harm in providing more data that could help with attributions?
Yeah, if the question is, have there been discussions? The answer is yes, every day, all the time. But I'll sort of zoom out a little bit and say the question of sources and methods is a really challenging one for us, and one that we wrestle with on the transparency side, because this is an adversarial environment. While it's true that we are taking extraordinary transparency steps in the domain of state-backed IO, we also want to make sure that we're not inadvertently making it harder for ourselves to catch the next generation of IO that's carried out by these actors. Like any security risk, we don't harbor the belief that we're going to solve this problem, or that one day IO is going to go away. It is an ongoing threat. And so in that situation, we want to provide as much transparency as we can without compromising our ability to continue to do that work. And so certainly things like email addresses, IP addresses, phone numbers, those are the types of signals that a sophisticated adversary is going to expect we're using, but we're going to not rush to release information that would make it even easier for people to try and get around our systems and technologies that are built to detect IO. It's a balancing act, though.
Yeah, and speaks to that paradox. So another question, what are some of the challenges you all are seeing with current OSINT tools and techniques as a lot of IPv4 data continues to migrate to IPv6? What are some of the tools you'd all recommend to analyze and assess the newer IPv6 data? And no one wants to take this. We have another question as well. Okay, so where does language feature in terms of empowering researchers, particularly with multinational agencies? When are language issues perceived as censorship? And I think building off that question, if I can pivot it a little, there are a lot of language access issues with open data sets, right? Because the data is so global. What are issues there? We've already touched a little about them that we are working towards solving.
I'll jump in on the language thing, but it doesn't quite sound like it was related to that particular question as it was tied to censorship. But one of the problems is using language analysis tools. If they haven't been built up to work for another language, then you can't actually apply that. Fortunately, we were lucky in a project that we're sponsoring or we're supporting in Brazil with the research community that Luis was mentioning, in that the tool that was available has been adopted for Brazilian Portuguese. And so we're able to use it, but this isn't common. And the smaller the language, the harder this becomes to do. Same with a lot of the scanning tools as well.
Yeah, and then last question. Oh, sorry, Daniel?
No, I will just agree to that. And I'll just, personal experience doing research in Spanish is, even though Spanish is not a small language, it's just for millions and millions of people around the world, we see every single day that not just the monitoring, but the tools and the platform, the platform's action with other languages that other than English is just inefficient. So that's something that we have to have in mind. And if it's inefficient in Spanish, I can just only imagine how inefficient could it be in other languages with less users.
Yeah. Joanna?
And I'll add that language is three-dimensional, right? If I can put it that way. So it's not just that you've got words, and it's not just that you've got language, but it also tends to mean something else, right? And I think this is kind of like where we start looping back to the human element, I think, a little bit as well, is that you have to understand what you're hearing or what you're reading sometimes, and it's not always quite that obvious.
Yeah, and then last question, with 30 seconds left. Joanna makes an important point about data on social media disinformation. Is there any discussion on proactive ways to change or influence narratives rather than trying to deplatform actors? Do you have suggestions? And I think that also speaks to the context point.
I have yet to see a super effective counter narrative efforts, right? I mean, the difficulty is that it depends on how you want to define it, right? But it's very rare that you can fight propaganda with counter propaganda. It's just, it ends up in a nil, right? And I think that the difficulty also is that with disinformation, once it's already out there, you're already working against time, which means that essentially you're trying to prove something that's not true, which means that you're arguing that you're not a camel. And so it ends up being kind of a waste of time, I think, right? I mean, I know that there's a number of researchers that are trying to develop AI capabilities to predict narratives coming up based on kind of like, it's almost kind of like a conflict forecasting, yeah? So you're getting away from the data, but you're using a different approach, I think, which is interesting, and potentially, but you know, ultimately, I think that it's sticking to the kind of like core truths, I think, right? I mean, as corny as it may sound, but you know, to stick to transparency and to stick to the human rights and to stick to your principles and make sure that you don't create holes in the narrative that you have already woven that are easy to kind of take advantage of. So I don't think that there's a super great solution to it, but that's probably what I would say.
Great. So thank you so much to all our panelists. This conversation has been so fascinating. It raises so many challenges that we're thinking about for much longer time. I'm going to pass this off to Anna and Lucas for our next session, which is Catch 'em If You Can, a Digital Sherlock's Geolocation Training.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this session of DFRLab 360 Open Summits. My name is Anna Pellegata, and I work as Associate Director from DFRLab Brussels office in Belgium. As you've probably learned by now, following our work since the funding in 2016, at the DFRLab, we have worked to expose falsehoods and information manipulation and document abuses to human rights and democratic values around the world using open source information. Our team strongly believes that having more people doing this work to high standards really benefits us all. That is why over the years, we have worked to grow and support what we call our community of digital Sherlocks, with dedicated trainings and workshops on open source investigative techniques. In 2019 alone, we trained over 1,500 members of civil society around 6 continents. As the COVID-19 pandemic last year limited our ability to travel and convene in person, we have adapted our training and capacity building efforts to an online capacity. Building a safe and trusted environment to engage our community. Last October then, thanks to the support of our partners and funders from around the world, we formalized our training portfolio and launched our 360 Digital Sherlocks program, a series of free and online trainings dedicated to students, academics, journalists, and members of civil society committed to monitoring and protecting the information environments in their respective regions. Since last October, we hosted 571 participants from over 90 countries in about 80 workshops, ranging from practical trainings on open source skills, social media analysis tools, to interactive conversations about digital governance and tech policy, and lastly, in informal networking events. In addition to ongoing trainings, our Sherlocks have access to dedicated resources and private social media groups where they can share information, promote their own research, and seek collaboration with other participants. I can tell you that by far the most exciting part of coordinating this program has been to learn how our Sherlocks could benefit from these trainings and the program more broadly. In fact, over the past 9 months, most of our participants were able to apply the skills learned to their own research, train their own local communities on the same skills that they learned, find collaboration with other participants, and even find new jobs in relevant areas of work. Today, my colleague Lucas Androukaitis will walk you through one of all-time favorite Sherlock sessions, our geolocation training, or rather a slightly shorter version of our geolocation training. But before I pass the floor to Lucas, I want to share one piece of logistical information. In about 10 days, we will conclude the spring iteration of our 360 Digital Sherlocks program. And later this summer, we will open applications to join our fall 2021 cohort. So if you're interested in joining the program, or if you know anyone who might be interested in joining, I strongly recommend that you check out our social media, our website, or our newsletter for more information about how to apply and how you can benefit from these trainings. You can also find on the 360 Open Summit social app our contact information if you have any questions about the program or any information that you might want to receive. And with this, I will pass it on to Lucas for a geolocation presentation and a fun interactive challenge at the end of it. Thank you.
All right. Hello and welcome to the geolocation demo. My name is Lucas Androukaitis. I'm an associate director here at the lab. And as Anna mentioned, I think geolocation is probably one of the most favorite methods of open source research amongst the digital Sherlocks. It's certainly my all-time favorite method for sure. I have been using it for numerous years for anything ranging from research on Syria, Ukraine, Libya, Russia, you name it. Basically, I would say that this method has very little competitors amongst the tools and methods within the OSINT world. Due to its versatility, basically you can do any research, starting from security to anything humanitarian or anything else. What I'm going to talk about today will be full of security-related research examples, but don't you worry. It's definitely not only security related. I think it's pretty universal. I'm sure a number of you already have experienced it. Me and Michael have been running these trainings around the clock for the spring and winter sessions. So what I want to do today is basically run through some of the more I don't want to say basic, but more some foundational geolocation methods that might help you at least in doing the challenges that we're going to present today. I think this will be at least help for those who already been to our geolocation trainings to remember some of these methods, and for those who haven't, I think it'll be enough to participate in our challenge, about which we're going to talk a little later. So what is geolocation? in front of the screen, you can see the description, which is sort of the one you can get online. But the way I like to describe it is geolocation is a way to figure out where the picture or a video was taken using open source methods, and if it's really hard, doing it manually, which is I think the most exciting part about geolocation, to solve it like a sort of puzzle. So let's take, for example, these photos that we found online when doing research on Syria. These are Russian mercenaries, and we couldn't find any more data, just these 4 photos, and we wanted to figure out where on earth they are. And we basically used all of the details available on these images, basically all the details, all the buildings, anything you see can be a potential clue. And we pinpointed them to a specific house in Syria, which allowed us to sort of take a deeper look into Russian mercenary activities within the Syrian conflict. So as you see, once you're done with geolocation, you can very concretely match all of the details with satellite imagery. So basically you want to pinpoint it on an openly available satellite imagery map in order to be 100% sure that something happened there or a specific object was there. What else do you need to know about geolocation? Is that basically there are 3 main approaches, 3 basic approaches that we're going to talk about today. The first one is metadata, the second one is reverse image search, and the third is manual research. They are listed in a way I recommend you using them. So it goes from easiest to the hardest. So whenever you have a chance to find your information easier, you really don't need to reinvent the wheel and go through the whole manual process yourself. But if you get stuck, you might want to go through step by step and try to figure it out. So the first method is metadata approach, and I think this is the easiest one. Basically, what we're dealing with here is the information that is most often added to images, which you can't see just on the image itself. You need to use a tool to open this data. The easiest is to use one of the XGIF tools that you can see on the screen. Basically, the way you do it is that you just upload it on the online app, and it provides you with such information as when the image was taken, with what camera, on what exact date, and if you're lucky enough, you'll find GPS coordinates where the image was taken. I must say it's not always the case. This doesn't happen as often, especially when we're dealing with social media platforms, because Facebook and Twitter and all of the other major platforms usually erase metadata whenever you upload it online. But if you stumble upon an image somewhere, if someone sends it to you or anything like that, you might be lucky. So there's really not a whole lot to tell here. Any online tool that allows you to look into metadata of an image is good enough, and you can very easily access it. So this is the first thing I usually recommend doing. Another thing is that some of the platforms, such as Instagram or Vkontakte, the Russian Facebook, sometimes give you geotagged data, which shows basically an area where the image was geotagged. So on the screen, you see a couple of images from Russia that we were investigating online, and you can see that under the description there's a geotag, which significantly decreases your search scope, allowing you to even go through the manual approach a little easier. So in this case, as you can see, the same image was geotagged, and in the background, Michael found some interesting information about a specific Russian military radar platform that was constructed in a clandestine way. So, but again, if these approaches don't work, which they don't do more often than they do, you might move to the second approach, the reverse image search. I'm sure that every digital Sherlock online knows how reverse image search works for checking your images, but in the sphere of geolocation, we oftentimes use it for finding the location. So, for example, as an example, I'm taking a screenshot from the movie Inception, where they were sitting at a cafe, and if we don't know the details about it, what we might want to do is try and reverse image search the image. So the easiest way to do it, and one of the platforms that I usually personally use, is Google. And to do the reverse image search is fairly easy. What you need to do is go to images.google.com, press the little camera that pops up as you see on the screen, and either upload the image itself, or you can just pop in the URL and press search. And what we're getting is the search engine provides us with identical or very similar images of the one you see there. So basically, we're using this approach for looking for similar places. The idea here is that if you're dealing with a location that is fairly popular, most likely someone already took the picture of it online and posted it for you. So all you need to do is find one of those images that were already posted and do your due diligence, read around, and you might find some other potential clues about it. So in this case, Google Images quite successfully recognized the place. It's quite a few pictures of the place were taken, and you already can read or at least check where where the image was taken, do your due diligence, and at least diminish your scope of what you need to do with a more manual approach, which we're going to talk about it in a second. Two other tools that might help you do the reverse image search a little easier, which I recommend installing into your web browser if you're using Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. And the first one is Revi Reverse Image Search. And this little handy extension allows you to use, I think, 5 different search engines at once for any specific image, which saves time. You don't need to go to Yandex.com and Google.com and re-upload the same image. All you need to do is once it's installed, you right-click on the image and choose any engine of your interest, or do all at once and save time. The idea here is that every single search engine provides slightly different results, and if you're dealing with a photo and Google doesn't find it, it's a pretty good idea to also drop it into Yandex or Baidu or Bing or any other search engine. Another search engine that I often recommend is Yandex. It is usually providing different results from Google, but it is very handy in geolocation. In geolocation terms, it's very handy because of the function it has, which allows you to crop the image. Don't mind the scary statue you see in the background. I was trying to experiment with the Yandex and see if it can pick up a face of a statue and maybe diminish my search scope. It didn't work out too well because it thought that this quite scary Russian statue was taken in Egypt, perhaps. But the idea, why am I showing you this, is the crop function that you see here. All you need to do once you upload the image is click on the crop function and just select an area that you would like the search engine to focus on. The idea is also quite simple, is if you don't specify where you would like the search engine to focus on, it will take the whole image as an image of interest, right? So basically, the half-naked gentleman you see on your screen, I think he was from somewhere taken in Donbass. But we didn't. Once we uploaded it, we were getting other half-naked gentlemen resting on the poolside, and we were interested in the background. We wanted to check where exactly this pool is, and let's see how different results pop up on Yandex when we specify it exactly on the pool in the background. As you can see, once we crop it to the pool, we are already getting only pool. So our search scope is slightly smaller, and it saves time and saves effort. So usually what I do whenever I have a bigger picture, I try to move, crop different places in the background. So maybe you see a church tower, maybe you see a shop, maybe a facade that sort of sticks out, or maybe a wall, I don't know. Just different objects that might be easier recognized by the search engines. I usually just toggle the image around, and that just saves time, because you can also just manually crop the image and re-upload it every time. But this is highly efficient and highly effective, and I really recommend using it. And the third approach is the manual approach, which is sort of the thing you do once everything else fails. So for the purpose of this presentation, I took one picture from my own Facebook as an example, and here we see me in an undisclosed location. And if that's the only information you have a couple of options. You can either recognize the location and sort of look into a specific tide location there, or you can look for clues, analyzing the picture step by step, trying to find more information just by reading the picture. So in this case, what we have, we might look for big objects, right? So what we see here, we see a big pyramid, which sticks out quite easily. And if we're trying to find it with reverse image search, this is a perfect object to sort of crop and see if we can get there easier than not by just reading the photo. We also might want to take a look at the background. So what we're looking here is big, something big. Big space is something easily recognizable from satellite imagery. Might be very useful. In this case, we're seeing a square, which is easily identifiable from satellite imagery. So this is a very helpful clue. We might also take a look at people. If we see a lot of people, we might assume it's maybe it's a touristy place, maybe it's a popular place, which might be a clue. Weather, if it's if it's sunny, if it's hot, you can also identify that the people are wearing shorts. So it might be a warm country, or at least the summer season. So everything in the picture is useful. Another thing that we teach in our advanced geolocation classes, which is a really interesting take as well. So I'm just going to put it here as a teaser. is we're also geolocating by looking at the backgrounds, at the landscape. So in this case, we might also investigate the silhouette of the mountain range and the back. This is slightly more advanced, and it takes a little more to practice. So if you're interested, I really recommend you joining some of our advanced geolocation trainings in the future. And the next step, once you do your reading, is to Google it. So basically, the best thing you can do is to identify some of the keywords and see what you can get there. The most sort of one-on-one approach might be just using all of the main keywords you see from the picture, typing them in, and see what areas are being suggested, and pick look for similar backgrounds, similar buildings like this, and it's quite effective by using the correct keywords. By reading the picture, you might arrive to some of the pictures that were already taken. Once you minimize the scope, this is another important thing to mention with geolocation. Very often, all you need to do is to minimize the scope as much as possible, because at the very end you'll have to sort of scan the maps manually, looking for the same things that you're looking for. So if you don't want to look through all of Mexico, ideally you would identify at least the main locations with pyramids, so you wouldn't have to go sit through hours and hours of different maps of different sounds. You might get one or two, which will just save time and energy. So in this case, the ancient capital of Mexico, we can already see some of the objects from the satellite, which kind of stick out, right? We can see a couple of big pyramids. We can see the open spaces, as I mentioned. Squares are perfect for satellite imagery because you can see them quite clearly. And once you zoom in, what you need to figure out is where the picture was taken from. So basically, trying to recreate the angle of the camera for figuring out where it is, but also it's very useful for showing as well. Because one of the biggest advantages of geolocation is it's highly visual. So if you want to show your research to someone, it is a good thing to make it as visually appealing and as visually easy to understand as possible. Again, comparison is a great thing. That's the third step of our method, is the comparison. And if you're lucky enough, some of the bigger cities around the world might also have the Google Street View or any equivalent on another search engine. So this might make your life even easier because you don't need to reimagine how a 3D photo fits on a 2D satellite imagery. You can just basically walk through the streets and see everything from the 3D point of view. And as I mentioned, comparison is an important thing. What you need to do is to double check if everything sort of comes together. If you see all the big objects, if we see the pyramids in this case, if we see some ruins in the background, if we see the square, basically the more details you're able to cross-check, the more convincing your research is. So also, due diligence is very, very important, not only in geolocation, but in geolocation, it usually saves time. If you're able to do it well, you might not have to do everything yourself because someone else might do it for you. So in this case, once I posted this image a few years back, one of my friends successfully recognized it. And if someone was interested in the image, was trying to geolocate me, for example, by reading the comments, he would have successfully found me. So you would be surprised how many times by doing the due diligence on Russian mercenaries, some of the guys that were chatting in the comment section revealed their location and made our life quite easy. So let's take one of the geolocation examples from our work and go step by step through it to get a better sense of how geolocation works in practice. This is a COVID-19 related example coming from Russia, from Moscow. The backstory of it is quite simple. In last year, around March, I think, when everything was breaking out, the official Kremlin position on what was happening in Russia was to deny everything. And basically, they were sort of, at least publicly, ignoring the problem until we found some photos online that there are queues waiting of ambulances waiting to get into Moscow hospitals. Basically, what we wanted to do is to see whether or not these photos were real, because they were coming from quite a few sources. We wanted to basically see the situation a little bit more in depth. So this is a great example because only by looking at the photos, it is quite hard to geolocate this place, because there are not a lot of details showing, right? What we can see is a road bend, a few light posts. If you look really closely, you can see a bit of a fence. Basically, this could be anywhere in Russia. It's not impossible, but it might be time consuming. So what we might want to do is we might want to look into the comments of these photos and other photos coming on Facebook. So in this comment, which was one of the first ones under these photos, someone also added a video and mentioned Khimki, one of the neighborhoods in Moscow, saying that this is the entrance to the 19th hospital in Moscow. So if you are not familiar with the Russian alphabet, or if you don't speak Russian, it's not a big problem. I also don't speak Arabic, but I do quite a lot of geolocations in that region. And Google Translate is usually more than enough to find the keywords you need to for your work. So all you need to do is just Google Translate it and see what people are talking about. And I always try to stress it during my trainings because it's sometimes people see something in Arabic and think that well, I can't read it, so it's no use for me. But in reality, it's all you need to do is translate it and look for clues in the text. So again, what we saw here was that it was in Khimki. This is Khimki, the Russian neighborhood. And if we go to Google Maps and just type in Khimki hospital, there are quite a few of them popping up. So we already successfully minimized the scope into one neighborhood, and we could already go through every single one of the hospitals and just see how the surroundings of the hospital looks, and do it this way. But if we're doing our due diligence even better, as I mentioned, there's a 19, the hospital number 19 mentioned in the title of the video, and if we Google that, there's one specific hospital in Khimki region named hospital number 19. And once we open that, we already can see some of familiar things. So, for example, at the north of the photo, you can see that there's a road bend, and this is a sort of naturally leading to the entrance of the hospital. And this sort of sticks out, and it might be the first thing we would like to take a look at. And once we go to Google Street View, we can already see that the location is the same. Not only we see the same lampposts, the same bend of the road, but we also see the same markings on the ground. So basically, the white markings also is another clue that allows you to sort of be more precise with your geolocation. In this case, I also used the markings on the road to sort of estimate how many ambulances were waiting to get into the hospital, so to sort of measure the scope of the problem they were facing at the time. And the way I did it, I measured the distance from the line that you see in the photo to the entrance of the hospital, and divided it by an average length of ambulance truck. And I got a pretty good idea of how many ambulances were taken in the picture. So this example just allows you to see how versatile the geolocation method can be. But if we go back to the example from the movie, we can also talk a little bit more how to do the manual approach, looking at the picture from this movie. So what we want to do is we want to read through the image and look for any standout details, such as trees, the road bands, the gaps between buildings, anything like that might be more than useful. In this case, what we did is we also typed in the name of the coffee place, the restaurant that we saw in the image, and it allowed us to sort of minimize the scope of the search again. So what we do then, we go through every spot that appears on Google Maps, and we look for similar places. Paris can be quite tricky because of their sort of the way it's built in the perimeter approach. But again, looking from satellite imagery, we can start identifying the same things. So in this case, we see the tree, the same one as in the image. We also see the railing on the building as we see in the photo as well. But also we can also identify the bending of the road. And again, most of the big cities around the world have either Google Street View or Yandex Street View, which has a specific name which I can't remember at the moment. But basically, going down into street level allows us to do a very, very clear comparison of what we're seeing, and yeah, what we need to do then is to compare the two images and have a pretty good idea of where we are. I will also share with you a couple of methods, a couple of sort of tricks that might help you do the manual approach a little easier. One thing that we often use in the DFRLab are the 3D maps. 3D maps don't come with every single satellite imagery provider. The ones that we use the most are Google 3D maps, which are generated on most of the big cities. I don't want to say all of them, but if we're dealing with I don't know, Paris, London, New York, I think most of them are in a pretty good shape. Smaller cities are usually not not built out in 3D mode. So how do we use it, and why would we why would we want to do that? So basically, what it allows you to do is to instead of imagining how everything looks on the ground, in a 2D perspective, we can actually see it in 3D. So we basically have a small model of a specific urban location, which we can just rotate in any angle and see for similar patterns. So if we're dealing with, for example, some roof patterns. So for example, if we see that there's a red roof, then a dark roof, and then a lighter one as well, it allows us to do that more easy. One way to do it is to open Google Earth and press on the 3D function there. But Google Maps, if you go just to googlemaps.com, it also has a 3D option there. Once you turn it on, usually it tilts in a slight angle, and you're able to use the 3D images more easy. I don't know how many of you have been to our 360 OS in Berlin a few years back, but we did this fun geolocation challenge back then, where we gave participants photos of a location of a bar, where we invited everyone to come and we offered free drinks if you're able to find the place. So I'm not sure how many of you have been there, but basically this was one of the photos that was leading to the bar in Berlin. So basically, let's go through one of the ways to solve this geolocation puzzle. And I'll show you how to use 3D maps to help your search. So basically, if we zoom in into the photo, we can see two flags popping, sort of sticking out. One flag is Hungarian, and the other one is German. And basically, if you see a Hungarian flag in Berlin, there are only so many buildings that might fly a Hungarian flag, and I guess the first building that might pop to your head is the embassy, right? The embassy of Hungary, and the other one most likely is administrative building of German government. And what we see next to them, we see a line of roofs with very distinct shapes of windows on top. And again, you could quite easily do it on a 2D map, but in order to help yourself to do it faster, you might want to open the 3D maps and just zoom in into the model and see what you can find. So this is the Hungarian embassy building right at the left corner. There's the German building with the flag, and then we can easily jump a bit more forward and look for the same patterns on the sort of roof sections of the buildings. Yeah, and voila. So basically it allows you to save time. The same approach on Google Earth we use for the landscape analysis. As I mentioned, some of the places that we look into where conflicts are happening. So for example, Syria, a lot of the conflicts are happening actually in the desert, or in uninhabited regions. But the function that the Google 3D maps have is that not only they work with urban areas, with buildings, but they also work with hills and other landscape sort of elevations. And if you click on the same 3D map button, what it allows you to do is to sort of see every single hill in any given area, which we then use to sort of look for similar patterns of hills that we see in a specific image. Again, as I mentioned, is slightly more slightly more advanced way of geolocating things, and it's way more time consuming. But if you want to learn more about it, join us for some of our sessions. One of the last sort of tips that I might give you, which is surprisingly manual but surprisingly effective, is to sketch what you can see. Again, in the photo that I just showed you, you can't identify too many things, and especially for maybe for a slightly less trained eye, it might be hard to imagine how everything looks from the top. This is the thing that that I mentioned before, the imagining how a 3D photo looks on a 2D scale, right? So in order to help your imagination, one of the things you might do is to sketch it out. So basically, if you see a building, right, you might just try and sketch it on a piece of paper, saying this is the entrance to the building. There's a white line that we can identify. There's a road on the left side. There are a few trees here, a couple of trees inside. And so basically, if you do a good enough sketch, you might make it a little easier for yourself. So basically, here's a good example of how a sketched out piece of image looks compared with a satellite imagery, right? So from the same photo, we could successfully identify the same parts: the vegetation, the lines on the ground, the two buildings that sort of one in U-shaped and one built in front of it, and so on. So this might look as a very manual approach, but we oftentimes use it. And once you sketch it, I just put it next to the screen when I'm going through the maps, and just look for very similar patterns. Yeah, so that would be a quick run through some of the methods that I recommend personally, especially for people who maybe haven't tried as much geolocation before. Three main approaches, as I mentioned. Try going one by one to try and get best results. And now, for the very last part, I would like to introduce you to the geolocation challenge that we prepared for you today. Basically, what we're going to give you today are 5 different geolocation challenges. Basically, 2 easy ones, 2 medium ones, and 1 harder one for those who want to spend a little more time looking at maps. Basically, how it works is that you open the app, which I think you have all the information about how to download it and how to use it. I'll show you which button exactly is where this challenge is in a moment. But basically, you'll have a selection of 5 challenges, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. The first 2 are easy, the middle 2 are medium, and the last one is hard. But all of the methods and tools that I introduced to you today should be more than enough to find all of them. So feel free to pick and choose whichever you want to do. They are from all over the globe, so don't think that they're all only from from United States or from Europe or from Asia, but they're pretty mixed. And the way you need to solve it, basically there will be a short description about each photo that you see. There will be a small hint for what you need to pay closer attention to, and there will be sort of a hint on the answer. You'll have to identify a short specific answer. So it might be 2 words, 1 word, maybe 2 words and a number. but you need to be very precise into what you're typing in. All of them will be in English. So don't use any other letters than from the Latin alphabet. And and it'll be quite. I think it'll be quite fun to do. And this is the button that I was talking about. Once you open the app, you need to swipe to right, and you'll find it at the top left corner of the application. And that will be all from my side. I wish you happy geolocation, happy geolocating. If you'll get stuck, I recommend you looking for help online. Maybe join forces with other attendees. If you're part of our digital Sherlock community, use our Facebook group to exchange ideas and to help each other. But I think it'll be not that difficult once you know the correct approaches and correct tools to do it. So on this note, I want to say thank you for joining to our short geolocation demo today. I hope you enjoyed it, and I give the word back to the studio.
Thanks so much, Anna and Lucas, for your introduction to the Digital Sherlocks program. Many online harms are meant to make us feel small or isolated and alone. And Digital Sherlocks began as a group focused on skills, like the geolocation challenge you just saw. But the group grew into a global community committed to the shared principles and shared set of facts. As Anna Pellegata mentioned, this year's cohort included 571 people from over 90 countries since October. Now we turn to the infodemic corresponding to the COVID-19 pandemic. The term was coined by the World Health Organization last February, and it's defined as an overabundance of information, some accurate and some not, that leads to a situation in which it makes it harder for people to figure out what is actually going on. Unfortunately, infodemic is a challenge that grows exponentially over time. And we've seen an escalation of unverified narratives about COVID-19 worsen public health outcomes over the last year. The DFRLab's Luisa Bandeira in Brazil and Tessa Knight in South Africa join us now to go in depth.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am Luisa Bandeira, an associate editor with the DFRLab.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tessa Knight. I'm a research assistant with the DFRLab. Today, we're going to be talking about weaponized, the COVID-19 narrative arms race. In the period directly following the emergence of COVID-19, facts about the virus and its origins were limited, or in the case of China, withheld from the public. This created the perfect opportunity for the spread of misleading information about the virus, now known as an infodemic.
At the DFRLab, we saw all kinds of narratives about COVID being spread, but one that called our attention early on was that the claim that COVID was a bioweapon engineered either by China or the United States. The first article that we published about that was at the end of January 2020, and it showed how Russia was trying to blame the United States for the pandemic. At the time, that made us think back to Operation Infection, and we knew there was a history of health issues being used by state actors. So we decided to investigate if there was a trend and how different state actors were using information to pursue their geopolitical goals.
The main question that we wanted to answer was, how are state actors using COVID-19 for their own geopolitical advantage? We decided to focus on 4 countries: Russia, China, the United States, and Iran. We investigated 2 specific theories: that the virus was a biological weapon, the theory we picked up on as the pandemic started to spread, and the theory that the virus was intentionally leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China.
So how did we do it? First, we analyzed millions of tweets, posts, and articles that mentioned the origins of the virus. Then we created a database and included the mentions we thought were the most important. The first ones in different countries and languages, those that received a lot of engagement, and those that were spreading on different platforms.
We ended up with a data set of 311 milestones from 26 different countries in 9 languages that already pointed to some of the main trends in this discussion. Things like lab leak, Wuhan, depopulate, and Fort Detrick were keywords correlating to specific narratives that consistently cropped up in our research.
So what was happening in each nation? As we said, the first country that mentioned the bioweapon theory in official state channels was Russia, and that was not a surprise to many people. So to give you an idea of how that was done, we saw that one person that claimed to be a specialist called Igor Nikulin kept coming back to TV to make this claim. He appeared on TV in Russia 18 times. Still, there was a bit of a surprise, at least for me, that even though Russia has a long history of weaponizing information, in this case, their efforts did not appear as coordinated as in previous events, such as the downing of MH17 or the Skripal case. Instead, Russian state and adjacent media, they appear to publish this narrative in separate occasions without a lot of coordination. In that sense, the bioweapon story was not a dominant narrative about COVID in Russia. This graph shows mentions to COVID on social media and online outlets. In blue, we can see all mentions to COVID, and yellow, the ones related to the bioweapon theory. So as you can see, the focus appeared to be more on other efforts that could benefit Russia geopolitically, such as sending Italy medical supplies at the beginning of the pandemic, or targeting labs that received funding from the US and were located in former Soviet countries. Later, we saw that Russia recycled some claims that were coming from other countries, but it was not, again, a very sophisticated and coordinated strategy.
So what was happening in the US at the same time? Well, COVID appeared to have been an inflection point for conspiracy communities in the community. Many of them were absorbed into the QAnon macro conspiracy, and this appeared to have played an important role in the spread of the narratives that China had created COVID as a bioweapon. So the network graph on the screen shows a subset of some 400,000 tweets posted between January and April 2020. We can see in blue a cluster of supporters of QAnon and hyperpartisan right-wing influencers that had a strong influence in the spread of the bioweapon narrative in the US. Right-wing outlets with a history of spreading conspiracy theories, such as Zero Hedge and the Washington Times, were also instrumental in this thread. Later, Fox News played an important role in spreading the theory from fringe communities to a wider audience. As the bioweapon theory was refuted by scientists, it gave way to the theory that COVID was not necessarily a biological weapon, but rather that it had leaked from one of the labs in Wuhan. This theory was amplified by members of the US government, including former President Donald Trump, who claimed he had a high degree of confidence that the lab leak theory was in fact the real origin of the pandemic. From the time we published this report, until right now, any evidence that the virus was leaked from a lab in Wuhan is circumstantial, and most scientists still seem to believe that the virus was transmitted naturally. However, China has not been willing or able to provide information that would clarify lingering questions about possible roles the labs may have played in this lab leak theory. And this has resulted in US President Biden asking intelligence communities to shed some light onto the matter and dig into it further. Now, we don't have the time to discuss that here, but it certainly exposes an important challenge for researchers about how to deal with uncertainty when trying to assess the veracity of scientific claims.
So moving on, now we have spoken about Russia accusing the US and the US accusing China. So how did China deal with that? Well, if Russia did not act according to their traditional disinformation playbook, China appeared to have borrowed at least some chapters of it. So the first interesting thing that we saw when we started our research was that on Weibo, the first mention to the idea of COVID being engineered by humans appeared as early as December 31st, 2019. That was around the same time that the WHO learned about COVID. It shows how the theory first appeared organically and only later came to be used by state actors. But China was not focusing on accusing the US at the beginning of the pandemic. Instead, it was doing what China usually does in this space, controlling the domestic information environment while trying to project an image of efficiency abroad. That changed when people in the US started accusing China of causing the pandemic. Apparently, as a response to that, by the end of January, the first articles promoting the idea that COVID originated in the US appeared on Chinese state media. The high point in this exchange of accusations happened between March 12 and 13, when the foreign minister spokesperson Zhao Lijian used Twitter to claim that the US was the origin of the virus. To support his claims, Zhao used an article published by a Canadian website called Global Research Canada, as you can see in the screen. And this website is known for spreading conspiracy theories and Kremlin propaganda. But again, that shows how state actors try to use claims that originated in the West to make their point, as if they were trying to borrow the West's credibility. Well, China's claims, they got a lot of traction on Twitter. We looked for signs of inauthentic activity to see if it was coming from bots or fake accounts. And we even found some weird accounts, as you can see on the left. But our assessment was that the amplification was mostly authentic. Why? What China did was using diplomats and other diplomatic accounts to amplify their own version of the facts. These Twitter accounts were created before the emergency of the virus, but the pandemic appeared to be the first big opportunity to actually use the strategy known as the wolf warrior diplomacy.
Finally, we'll look at Iran, which is the fourth country that we investigated. Iran came to the story a little bit later, maybe because it was one of the first countries outside of China to really be hit badly by the pandemic. It primarily amplified claims that the United States had created the virus. One interesting finding was that Iranian state media relied on American anti-Semitic so-called specialists to push their claims against showing how the United States internal vulnerabilities are weaponized by other countries. There was some evidence of inauthentic activity in Iran, but mostly politicians and religious leaders served to amplify the bioweapon narrative. Finally, it was interesting to see that in Iran, the conspiracy narrative was seen in the way the government responded to the pandemic, talking about a security threat rather than a health threat, as the rest of the world was looking at it. To conclude this talk, we would like to emphasize 3 points. First, these narratives started with real people, not state actors, although we have looked at state actors now, which is interesting because it illustrates that not all disinformation arrives from a top-down approach. Second, it was interesting to note Russia and China's engagement in these conversations. Unlike Russia, China moved to use more aggressive tactics, which we ought to monitor in order to ascertain if this is a new trend for the superpower or if it's a once-off.
And finally, the use of American vulnerabilities by state actors points to areas where the US can also focus disinformation's efforts. So while it is important to allocate resources to stopping foreign intervention, maybe there's an important implication there, meaning that it's also important to deal with domestic disinformation and conspiracy communities inside the country, because this is it's one of the things that is making the US an easy target for foreign actors. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this conversation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our panel, Geopolitics of the COVID-19 Infodemic. I am Luisa Bandeira, Associate Editor with the DFRLab. For those just joining us in the previous lightning talk, my colleague Tessa Knight and I spoke about how states use the idea that COVID had been engineered by humans to pursue their own geopolitical goals. But that was not the only instance in which state actors twisted what the WHO calls the infodemic to their own ends. Today, we will discuss the information conflict within the COVID-19 pandemic. We will start with a Q&A, and then we have time to answer questions from the audience. So if you're watching us, please send your questions. For today's discussion, I'm joined by 4 distinguished experts who have been working on this topic since the beginning of the pandemic, and they have different regional perspectives. Nika Alexieva is a digital forensic researcher with the Digital Forensics Research Lab, the DFRLab, seconded by NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence. Her specific research interest is tracking and preventing the spread of disinformation on digital engagement space, being it social media, online news, blogs, or forums in the Baltic states and beyond. Kinan Chen is a journalist working with First Draft. He reports on disinformation activities both inside and outside of the United States. Previously, he has worked as an investigative fellow at Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism's Cross-Borders Data Project and researched on transnational money laundering activities and the real estate industry in New York City. Joey Sheh is a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute's cyber program, focusing on digital information, controls and operations, security, political violence, and the impact of technology across the Middle East and North Africa. She also consults for the World Bank. And finally, we have Elise Thomas, an OSINT analyst with the Institute for Strategic Dialogue. She has also written as a freelance journalist for a range of publications, including Bellingcat, Foreign Policy, The Daily Beast, Wired, and others. She works across a range of topics, including foreign influence operations, conspiracy theories, and online extremism. So I'd like to welcome all of you. Thank you for being here. And I know that it's very late for some of you, especially Elise. So I'm going to start with you, Elise, since you are joining us, and I know it's 4 a.m. there. I wanted to ask you, how do you see this question? How have states sought to use COVID-19 mis and disinformation to their own advantage? And do you think some states have been more successful than others?
I mean, look, I was thinking over this, and I think the difficult thing is there isn't actually like a tidy bottled answer. Like I'd like to be able to give you like a neat, succinct answer that would sum up everything. But the reality is, I think what we've seen since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic is a lot of contradictory trends, a lot of very regionally specific trends. So we've seen the information cycle in some ways speed up to the point of like incredible hyperactivity where like almost nothing sticks for longer than 5 minutes. Like if you said to someone in September of 2020, if you reminded them at the time that Iran shut down like an airline, like a plane full of its own passengers, the reaction generally was like, oh yeah, that happened. You know, like everything just moved so fast in parts of the news cycle in 2020, but in other parts, it actually, the news cycle slowed down or it was completely drowned out altogether. And I guess So I guess when we think about sort of how states have used the COVID-19 pandemic, it really depends on which states, it depends on which regions, it depends on which issues. So we saw like a significant, we saw essentially the creation of a little sort of disinformation cluster around the issue of COVID-19 itself. But we also saw sort of existing disinformation operations around, for example, geopolitical issues in a bunch of regions, for example, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, which sort of very much flew under the radar, under the cover of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think overall, the broad picture is actually one of sort of fragmentation and disintegration rather than sort of any sort of cohesive overall effect.
Thank you. That's extremely interesting. And I think that fragmentation is something that we really want to talk about in this panel. So I'm going to pass this to Keenan to get your thoughts on the same question. Do you think there's, how did states use this information? And do you think any of them was like more successful than others?
Well, it's hard to compare one to the other, right? I mean, during our monitoring, I pick up, like disinformation campaign, in the US and also in China. And one thing I noticed is like, during very on, in the pandemic, China actually denied that the virus originated in the US. It actually published a fact check. One of the earliest rumor was that there was this like military convention. This like sports game in Wuhan in 2019, and one of the athletes, from the US brought the virus to China, and several publications that are owned by, the Chinese government, they actually published debunk, on the narrative, but very quickly, the diplomats and the propaganda department saw the opportunity, so they switched it, and then they started to amplify, the narrative that the pandemic was like, it started in the US in like Fort Detrick in Maryland, and that narrative has lived on. And there's also like they also amplify, like just the system is different in the US. We have like freedom of speech, and there's like and they amplify this information after in the US. So yeah, so I would say it's very hard to compare, but I don't think they're doing bad at all,
Yeah, got it. Nika, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. In my view, countries acted more opportunistically because countries are led by people. And as to our most recent knowledge, the virus is still of like natural origin. Policymakers, state propagandists were also like in information vacuum for some time, and they had to act with what is already out there in the information space and probably steer the conversation to which direction they want. This is exactly the behavior I observed with Russia's information activities. For instance, first, the narrative was that while the whole Europe and the Western world is struggling and closing down because of this virus, Russia is still happily living their life as it is. And of course, probably there was some period while politicians like learned that, well, this virus is there to stay, so they need to adjust their narrative. And so it changed towards, well, we see that this is global pandemic. We are here to help. And maybe you remember the mask diplomacy where, and like other medical aid diplomacy that Russia did by sending masks and other equipment to Italy, to other countries that were like under like very, very severe epidemical situation. So this information adapted as situation evolved. And I don't see any clear strategy except basically what propaganda creative minds could create at certain points of time.
Okay, so I think there's a consensus for me here that you can't really compare how one state acted to the other. And then Joey, I wanna pick your brain on that and see if you agree with everyone else and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think in the case of Egypt, which is the country that I focused most on throughout the course of the pandemic, I think we really saw from the beginning that the state used the infodemic in particular to legitimize and justify its oppressive strategies. And I think early on, at the beginning of March even, the state decided in Egypt that the pandemic was not necessarily a health crisis, but presented first and foremost a crisis of legitimacy for the regime and was a security risk. And so I think we saw this in the way that they dealt with various criticisms of their response. In the summer, many doctors were complaining about a lack of PPE. There was lots of commentary on social media saying that the official numbers were much lower in comparison to the numbers that people were observing in the hospitals. And in response, the state arrested doctors, arrested citizens, fined people. And so I think we really saw, and this isn't, these strategies and techniques and tactics of oppression were not unique to COVID. The Egyptian state is an authoritarian state, particularly since 2013 with President Sisi, but we really saw these in full force. And I think particularly as the vaccine is beginning to be rolled out, it's been really slow in Egypt, but it's starting to tick up a bit more. Their same rhetorical strategies to dismiss legitimate criticism of their policies are being used to bring attention to actual conspiracy theories and actual disinformation about the vaccine. And I think that the consequences of that are going to be all the more insidious in the weeks and months to come when you have high rates of hesitancy and real conspiracy theories that are preventing people from getting the vaccine. And the state's only response is to say that these are just rumors from malicious actors outside the country trying to destroy unity inside of the state. And people just don't really listen to that narrative at this point. It's so overwrought, it's so much relied on. And so I think that they're really gonna run into a problem in creating effective public health messaging when it comes to the vaccine rollout because of the way that they've dealt with the infodemic up until now.
And actually, in fact, I think that's a really good point that Joey raises. And if there is one thing that maybe is consistent across all of the different countries, it's this like really interesting interplay that we've seen between legitimate political actors, and the discourse around disinformation and the willingness to either use that to crack down on free speech, or on the flip side, the willingness of legitimate political actors to flirt with conspiracy theories or to flirt with disinformation where it's politically advantageous to them. And I think that is definitely something that we've seen across a lot of areas.
Yes, and for me, it's very interesting to hear from Joey because as I was saying in the lightning talk before, we were talking about how we looked at the bioweapon narrative or the narrative that the virus had been created by humans, and that the situation that you just told us about Egypt was very similar to what we saw in Iran, for instance. So I think there's a trend there with authoritarian states and how we understand that. Elise, I want to go back to you and ask you more specifically about the China-US information conflict, right? I know that you published work about this automated campaign in China and how they were targeting the US and US actors. Can you tell us a little bit more about this conflict, how it played out, and what are the consequences that you're seeing?
Sure. I mean, so as part of my previous work with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, we worked on a number of reports on what is an ongoing campaign involving the actor behind also some of the reports done by DFRLab and some of the other investigative bodies in this space, sometimes referred to as Spamifly's Dragon, which is sort of this kind of sprawling campaign across Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, which often involves what appear to be commercially purchased accounts, sort of just pushing out bulk content, which follows a variety of different narratives that sort of adhere to whatever's happening at the time. So we've seen them pick up on the Black Lives Matter protest. Obviously, COVID has been a really big focus. And this content tends to be pushed out in multiple languages. So it's often auto-translated English and then Mandarin text. They've got videos with sort of these terrible robotic voiceovers. And actually, I think the really striking thing about that campaign is that it has not evolved over the course of the past 2 years. Like I said, it's been very consistent. There's been a multitude of reports on this activity, and it just keeps going. It's not that they've had all their accounts taken down; they just buy new ones. It's fine. And it's interesting that they haven't But at the same time, even as they just keep going, they don't seem to be getting any meaningful organic traction whatsoever. Like, as far as we can tell, nobody is engaging with this. And I think it's partly because the content is so bad. Like, it's very poorly targeted content. No one is going to sit down and genuinely watch these videos. And yeah, like I said, I think the striking thing is actually that it has not evolved, even as so much else about the information space has changed, and so much about the information space, particularly involving the US and China. Like, we have seen, like Keenan said, some like interesting developments in terms of the willingness of like certain Chinese political figures to flirt with conspiracy theories in the same way that, and Chinese state media to flirt with conspiracy theories in a similar way to what we've seen with, for example, Russian state media in the past, that sort of nexus between Russian state media and US conspiracy actors. We have seen that developing and been relatively effective in China, but this particular campaign has just kept trucking, even though like it's not getting any traction. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And I think it's actually quite an interesting example of the disconnect between whoever is likely to be commissioning this campaign, because I suspect this is a campaign that has been outsourced to a commercial provider for a number of reasons that are sort of laid out in the various reports. Whoever is commissioning the campaign versus whoever is implementing the campaign. I'd imagine the people who are actually sitting there at their keyboards typing this stuff out are probably aware that nobody is seeing their activity, but it doesn't matter because they're continuing to get paid. And whoever is paying them probably, like, I don't know if they think it's effective, but it just keeps rolling.
And that point is extremely interesting. And we've seen other state-backed operations that actually do not get a lot of tractions, but we see that states everywhere, they keep investing in these campaigns. It's quite interesting to me, and would be great to try to understand what's happening there. Keeping on the topic of China and the US, I'd like to turn to you, Keenan, for you to talk a little bit more in depth about your work with China. And one thing that really interests me is how in your work, you're not only looking at what is coming from China targeting the US, but you also published an article recently talking about, it was a very thought-provoking story about some misleading narratives related to Chinese vaccines that appeared on the Mandarin and Cantonese language websites of Radio Free Asia, a news outlet that is funded by the US government. So I would love to hear from you about that.
Sure, yeah, so over the past half a year, we've been looking at this video operation called Radio Free Asia. It's funded by US government, and it has, similar to Voice of America or like Radio Free Europe, it has 10 different languages, and two of its operations is in Cantonese and Mandarin. And presumably most of their readers are, from mainland China if they can get around the firewall, and from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and maybe some Southeast Asian countries where there are like, a lot of like Chinese speakers. And one interesting thing we realized is that, so we conducted a sentimental analysis of all the contents that it published since late last year and up until May. And we found out that a majority of those contents, over 70%, close to 80% are negative about the two Chinese-made vaccines, which has now been, approved and included in the WHO's COVAX program. And, a lot of these articles and narratives are very similar to the right-wing or like conservative media outlets in the US, how they portray the mRNA vaccines, or how, it's unsafe, it's unproven, and, they amplify the potential side effects. And it's also interesting that the two Chinese websites run by Radio Free Asia, they never mention the suspension of the Johnson & Johnson vaccines at all. They only mention in one instance about the problem of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is now being used in Taiwan. And yeah, I mean, the purpose of this exercise is, is to shed light on, there is also, I would say like state-led misinformation or this information campaign, coming out from the US or some other countries that we, that we haven't like focused on.
Thank you. Yeah, I find that extremely interesting because usually when we're talking about vaccine nationalism, etc., we are looking at countries or narratives that are coming from countries such as China and Russia. But your look on what is coming from the US is extremely relevant for this discussion, I think.
Yeah,
and since we're talking, keep going.
I'm sorry. I just want to add to that. We probably haven't heard about like Radio Free Asia in the US, but it actually have, it has like millions of followers on social media, on Facebook and YouTube, and some of its articles, which is like clearly misleading, were reprinted, in the local, by the local media, in Hong Kong and Taiwan. So there's like actually harm to that.
Yeah, there's a domestic effect as well, right? As a Latin America, I can say that this resonates a lot with me because in Latin America, we are getting many vaccines, Chinese vaccines. And then all this comes and it's kind of like, there's a huge confusion and people don't really know what's happening because I think we are getting both sides of the information. So we get many people saying horrible things about the side effects or the lack of efficacy of Chinese and Russian vaccines. And on the other side, we also hear about the problems with AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, etc. So I think that this affects us a lot. Since we're talking about vaccines and I just mentioned Russia, I would like to turn to Nika and ask you about, so when we were working on the bioweapons or the weaponized report, I kept asking you a question all the time, which was, what is Russia doing? What is the strategy there? And I think to me, it was really hard to understand that maybe there wasn't this huge strategy behind. Everything that we saw, Russia was the first state to actually say, well, it's the US's fault, and this was published on state media. So I was hoping that Russia would go full on to that narrative, and it did not happen. So, and then with vaccines, I thought it was going to be the same, but last month, we saw all these reports about this Russian linked PR company that was asking influencers to say bad things about the Pfizer vaccine. And then I thought, well, is it more organized now, right? Are we seeing now this kind of like big Russian effort, disinformation effort that we saw with MH17 or with the Skripal case? And then apparently not, because nobody really knows if that PR firm was actually connected to like if it was this high, coming from high instances of Russia, or whether it was just a PR company that was acting by itself. So I'm going to ask you the same question again. Does Russia have an agenda? Is it coordinated? What do you think is happening now with the vaccines topic?
I think it's definitely a state-backed marketing campaign to promote Russia as a successful nation that can be independent on its own, regardless of any sanctions. And vaccines are demonstrating its alleged success in scientific and medical, like pharmaceutical field. Because Sputnik was announced to be the #1, the first vaccine ever approved. And though it didn't finalize its 3rd stage research, it was already approved for like use on people, just to have the slogan that Sputnik V was the first. And then, of course, we saw how this vaccine was very pushed to European markets, also to other markets. Other markets were more open. European was one that I felt pressure upon because of history in relationships with Russia. So, and later it appeared that, well, Sputnik V doesn't have these production volumes that are required to export. So there are not enough vaccines for internal use, and they are selling it to other countries and really tweeting about every nation that has a tender. So it really shows that it's state-backed marketing campaign, vaccine marketing campaign. And clearly there's a strategy. And I think Russia is acting as like very, like a businessman, I'd say. Like all the strategies where you are smearing your competition, where you are using various means to basically undermine trust in the competitor's product. This is all that we can see. So definitely there is a strategy behind that, of course.
This is a great point, because many times when we're talking about state-backed campaigns, we think about their geopolitical goals, and sometimes we don't really think about, okay, this is commerce too, right? There's a commercial and a financial interest there of being able to sell your vaccines. So thank you for bringing this. I think this is a very important point for us to focus on. I want to turn to Joey now. And you had already mentioned the consequences, the possible consequences of disinformation for the vaccine rollout in Egypt. So I wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit more about that, but also I wanted to understand, so far we spoke about the US, Russia, and China. And I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the domestic environment in Egypt, and how does this information dispute affected the domestic situation in Egypt? For instance, we heard about many conspiracy theories in the US. Did you see that in Egypt? What is going on?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. And I think that question really speaks to our internet connected, globalized world. I've seen every conspiracy theory everyone mentioned on this panel in Arabic, in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE. And so I think that there's this sort of, you have these conspiracy exporting countries, obviously China, Russia, the US to a certain extent, and then you have the peripheries, which are sort of the recipients of this. And you see them in their pure form, but then you also see them localized within their specific domestic context as well. And so I've seen every sort of conspiracy theory, as you guys mentioned, in Arabic, in the Egyptian context. I think that your first question about the consequences of disinformation on the vaccine rollout in Egypt, I think, as I mentioned, it's hugely consequential. And I think it speaks to, the country's information environment more broadly. As I mentioned, there has been huge public distrust in the official case numbers that have been released and data that has been released. And the public just doesn't really trust what the state says. And so when the state goes to actively disrupt these conspiracy theories, the public also doesn't really listen to that very much and doesn't take it in. And so any sort of broader public health messaging program that the Ministry of Health or other state institutions are trying to enact ends up falling on deaf ears. And as I mentioned, the vaccine rollout has been slow so far. It's been picking up recently. And so there's not quite yet enough vaccines to sort of realize the effect that hesitancy is going to have. But I really think that in the coming months, it's going to be a huge issue, because even if the state is trying to disrupt these conspiracy theories, the public has just become so used to the same narratives of fear and rumor mongering that it's not going to be very effective.
Yeah, on that note, I would also like to ask you all, what do you think are the effects of these disinformation campaigns on the way that states dealt with the pandemic? So both at the beginning and now with vaccines. And we can start with Elise.
That's it. I think I come back to what I said at the start, which is that there isn't a tidy answer to that. Different states have dealt with it very, very differently. I wouldn't say that we've seen, as far as we're aware, that we've seen any example of a particular state-backed campaign influencing another state's decision making. I think we probably have seen some. Yeah, it's difficult to say without sort of focusing on a specific context what the example would be there. I think I would sort of underscore a couple of points that I think Joey and Nika made. One about sort of the role of domestic actors. Like I think there has been a sort of an assumption generally when you see sort of disinformation which is focused on vaccines, there's an assumption that it must be coming from an international actor and motivated by a geopolitical motive, when the reality is the rollout of vaccines in countries is a very political issue. And there's a lot of motivations for domestic political actors to, for example, promote one vaccine over another. And as part of that, they may amplify messaging that is coming from these international campaigns, for example, promoting pro-Sputnik content, which is coming out of the official Russian marketing campaign, but in a covert way to promote their own interests within their own countries. So I think that's a significant factor. I guess the other thing is we have sometimes seen arguably some of this disinformation efforts backfire. And I am thinking like particularly of the example of Russia here in terms of sort of anti-vaccine disinformation aimed at other parts of the world, coming back to stoke vaccine hesitancy within Russia, which I think is also a significant aspect of it. You like the fact that you can't silo off your population from whatever it is that you're promoting to the rest of the world.
Nika, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I can definitely agree to that. I think this disinformation campaign really backfired, but to be frank, public trust in government institutions is not very high. I mean, like people are taught to stay away from politics. At the same time, they need to deal with some level of bureaucracy, and they see that there is corruption, and even TV shows, they show how you can bribe, how you can manipulate with people to achieve something. So the trust to public institutions is low. And it's just combination of both. On the other hand, currently Russia is dealing also with a very severe situation in sense of cases. The new Delta variant is spreading there, and now, yeah, it's turning back to basically forcing people to take vaccines. And if before this narrative was basically used to show, other countries need to make people to take vaccine and see how Russia looks democratic, that now, yeah, they can't. They are basically cornered into this situation, and they need to turn to more extreme measures with that.
Okay, yeah, lack of trust, I think it's extremely important, and it's something that I'm a journalist, so I don't even think that the media is quite ready to deal with this, because what do we do in a situation in which we need to, one message has to come across, but there are many governments that you cannot trust. I see here in Brazil, for instance, we had a discussion about that, because the social platforms, they were, every time someone posted something about COVID, they were sending to, they were linking to the official websites of the government. However, the government is the one that is denying the severity of the pandemic. So that was quite complicated. Speaking about lack of trust, Kina, I would like to hear from you, not only because of China, but also because of the United States. And we know that in the beginning of the pandemic, so with the change of government in the US, that dealing with the pandemic changed a lot. So how are you seeing this?
Well, I think it's pretty well known that, you know, in some part of the states in the US, like particularly like the more blue states, right, the vaccination rate is way higher than some of the states, you know, in the South. And I think the impact, you know, the initial dismiss and the little downplaying of the pandemic and its and the public policy, I mean the health policy, has been consequential, you know, and the last administration is, I mean, there with the pandemic, very different from, you know, the current one, and yeah, I don't know, it's a very interesting observation, and I guess that's all I can offer for now.
Thank you. I'll ask you another question because I saw that you wrote about that. So at the beginning of the pandemic, there were many questions about the origins of the virus. And then there was not only the bioweapon theory, but also the idea that the virus had leaked from the Wuhan lab, became very strong in the US, and former President Trump mentioned it, and he had said he had a high degree of confidence, but he did not show evidence. So many social platforms, again, social media platforms, they decided like to flag this as misleading content. And now we are seeing that this discussion is back. So I wanted to start with Keenan, but ask all of you, as researchers, how do we deal with it? So we want to say that something is misleading or is a conspiracy theory, but science evolves in a different way, right? Creating scientific knowledge takes longer. It just has a different time when we know that disinformation and conspiracy theories, they circulate very, very fast. So how do you think we can deal with it using this lab leak theory as a case study?
Well, I would say we have to be upfront about what we know, what we don't know. That's the most important thing. We are researchers and journalists. We don't, and I don't think most of us has a background in biology or microbiology. So we rely on our reporting, our researching from the specialists. I would say in the case of the lab leak theory, I think it's more of an example of how the political discourse and pressure in the US affect platform's policy, right? As far as I can tell, I haven't seen any underlying or material change of the science community's view on the origin of the virus, which like, but there's like a growing voice, calling for further and more thorough investigation. And for the platform, I don't want to get into their mind. It's their policy, and they make mistakes all the time. And I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a necessary negative reflection on their side that they update their policy on. I mean, it's not necessarily good or bad. Just like journalists, we update our reporting. So that was the case. Yeah.
Yes, of course. It's something that I think we are all learning as we go along, right? After all, we had not been through a huge pandemic after the internet was created. So Joey, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that we need to be upfront. None of us are scientists. Disinformation researchers are not scientists. So we need to admit when the science has changed and respond accordingly. I think the more that you're honest with your audience, in the same way that journalists speak openly and honestly with their audience, disinformation researchers need to as well. I want to make another point that's a bit off topic from this particular question, but I want to talk about the extent to which platforms are doing not a great job at monitoring and identifying conspiracy theories, particularly around the vaccine in non-Western languages. And so obviously in English, the extent to which conspiracy theories, particularly about the vaccine, are being moderated is to a large degree. Obviously, there's lots of political will behind this, particularly in the US. But I found so much in the Arabic Twitter sphere and on Facebook as well. These conspiracy theories just stay up for ages. And even just the most obvious ones about Bill Gates implanting microchips in people. And Twitter obviously has made a commitment to take down this kinds of content or put warning labels on it. And so I think that this is an important issue to keep our eyes on as well. Because moderation needs to be across the board and be applied equally to all languages. And especially with these sorts of harmful conspiracy theories that have very tangible public health impacts, it's all the more important to be making sure that they're also not proliferating in non-Western languages as well.
Thank you for that. We have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to ask a question that is coming from the audience. Based on your experience monitoring state actors' behaviors to the COVID infodemic, what would they expect to see in the next infodemic, assuming there will be a next infodemic? But I think we can interpret these questions as what are, I think, the lessons learned, and what do you think is going to come? And then imagine how can we deal with this if this happens again? Nika.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it actually answers also the previous question. So if the next infodemic comes, we need to be proactive. Strategic communication by the government, I think, is very, very important. And strategic communication means that what you say is what you do. So you build trust. And this is the key, building trust with whichever process you are dealing with. And what we observe now, the main lesson learned for me is that, especially with anti-vax narratives, it's a symmetrical game, because all anti-vaxxers need to do is sow doubt. That's it. They sow doubt in like medical personnel. You don't trust your doctor. He is corrupt by big pharma. Don't trust your politicians. They are corrupt by default. That's all. And then deal with situation as you can. Maybe turn to some I don't know, like natural drugs and other businesses that they develop upon this new doubt that they just created. And so what legit scientists, doctors, politicians can say is that this is what we know, and this is how much we don't know. And the answer from the public is that, oh, you don't know, and you are testing this vaccine on us. You don't know if it will disseminate the virus, and you are still using it and acting as it's not. So it's a very asymmetrical game. And as more proactive we are with communication that actually walks the talk, the better we will deal with next infodemic, in my opinion.
That makes a lot of sense. Elise?
I mean, I agree. I think the questions of sort of truth and trust and doubt and facts are like fundamental to all of this. I mean, it actually does tie back to the question of the lab leak hypothesis. I mean, that we do have to adapt as the science changes, but as far as I understand, the science hasn't changed on the lab leak hypothesis. As far as I'm aware, that there's no new facts from last year when we all dismissed it as a conspiracy theory. What's changed is the political circumstances around that theory. And I think that does underline the core challenge that we face here, which is that these are very political spaces where sort of different theories gain traction for different political agendas, and sort of navigating a way through that sort of comes out to an outcome where everybody can trust that what we're being told is factual and is accurate and is not sort of distorted in any way is the challenge. In terms of the disinformation space, I sort of suspect we're going to see a shift away from the kind of mass bot campaigns that we've seen from a variety of actors in the past to more of a use of influencers. I agree with Nika that the FAS case in Russia doesn't appear that it was likely to have been top-down directed. But I think in general, just the rise of influencers is going to be a really significant component. Understanding the ways in which different platforms incentivize different kinds of behavior and different kinds of disinformation campaigns, I think is going to be really interesting and important. But also sort of looking at organic grassroots disinformation efforts. So, which is what conspiracy theories are to some extent. And sort of understanding how those two things interact, I think, is also going to be very important.
Joey?
Sorry, muted. Yeah, I think the point that Elise made about influencers is hugely important. Over the course of this year, Egypt has started to engage influencers as well, and so I think that will be a really important front. I think in terms of authoritarian states, their playbook will not change very much. And I think that in terms of disinformation, it's not only online, but I think we should be looking at the entire ecosystem of how online platforms interact with state-backed media and newspapers and television channels. And I think that, that will be really important.
Thank you. We only have 35 seconds. So Keenan, do you want to say one last thing about this challenges for the future?
Well, I would say the platforms, you know, maybe they should be more transparent, and maybe in some crisis, they potentially they could work together, you know, sharing their research, and I hope they will open up more to researchers like us and journalists to more to. So.
Thank you very much. I wish we had more time, but this was a great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado, Luisa. And to all of the experts discussing the geopolitics of infodemic. It's important to note that globally, we're not out of the pandemic yet. And the experience that we have here in the United States is vastly different from that of our colleagues in Brazil, India, South Africa, and across Europe. As we said at the outset today, there is no separating ourselves from global challenges.
That brings our programming for day one of 360 OS to a close. We talked about misinformation, disinformation, and unverified information that leads to worse outcomes in people's day-to-day lives. From radicalization leading to extremist acts, to the infodemic corresponding with the COVID-19 pandemic, and most of all, how we know what we know as the online world drives real-world outcomes.
These conversations build on themselves, and it's a clear indication that the work is iterative, requires collaboration, and is made better by including partners from around the world. Today, you heard from our colleagues at the DFRLab covering disinformation globally, as well as an extremely impressive slate of experts that we're lucky to work with and learn from every single day.
Tomorrow, we're excited to pick this back up, starting off at 9 a.m. Eastern with a panel called Connected but Unequal, featuring activists around the world focused on what it's like to counter all the ills of the internet in languages other than English and in parts of the world with less attention.
We'll also cover how the Chinese state is approaching the information environment and its position in the world, how platforms are approaching online harms, and what social media looks like in conflict and war.
You can check out our agenda on the website for more. Let us know what you thought of today's sessions by messaging us on Socio and interacting on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram using our @DFRLab handle and the 360OS hashtag.
Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow.
I'm